back on. We're back on, I think. Let's see if my stream is back. No. I'm trying to turn the stream back on. There it is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, they're among the favorites. Yeah. I noticed, for example, that Abdus Satorov's in a bad spot for qualifying now because he fell all the way to number 9, so he gets paired against Gukesh very early in the tournament. Mm-hmm. You can't hear Jesse now? My Jesse's been turned off? Okay, say something again, Jesse.
I'm here.
Yes, thank God. Oh, man. I don't know how I turned back on the setting, but yeah, sometimes it's just impossible, this stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jesse's rooting for Vincent Keimer and Wesley So and Arjun to get the 3 spots, and he's rooting for Gukesh, the world champion, to win, partly because he just predicted him, and then you want your own predictions to be right. That's how some of this predicting business works.
I do think the kid has taken a couple knocks.
Yeah,
He's gonna grow in this time. So people are like, questioning him and stuff, but he's a kid, so he's like gonna have moments of defeat and then coming back and learning from it. So it's also objective. It's not just as a fan.
right. Yeah, I mean, you made the prediction based on what you expected, and then based on your prediction, you then root. Okay, so the biggest upset that I predicted this round in my bracket, Jesse, was I predicted Daneshvar to upset Ivan Saric.
Okay.
It was a somewhat random prediction. There's nothing particularly, vulnerable about Ivan Saric, who's been as high as 2,700. Daneshvar is having trouble making a breakthrough beyond 2,600. He's been 2,600 0 for a year. Um, I don't know. I just had to pick some matchup, and I thought that could happen. But basically, I'm not expecting any huge upsets this round. The favorites are, playing down by 200 points in general. Guys like Kamer and Gukesh and Wesley. So, should I turn down Jesse's volume a little bit now that I turned it up so much? Sure, I can do that. Um, yeah, the tournament has so many contestants who each have their chances. It's very hard to overall predict it, but we played the game anyway. Is there any opening that's particularly interesting to you, Jesse, as Ivanchuk plays f4 here?
Um, there's all kinds of openings that are interesting to me. But I think there's two players that are not going to win this event. One might actually, but that I'm kind of watching. And one, when we made our top 10, I had no idea who this Aravind dude was.
Mm-hmm.
He since fell out of the top 10, but I've never watched him play at all. So
Okay.
that guy's getting his first, I think, really big chance. Um, and he is, playing now. Also, Faustino, dude, who crushed, dude, he adopted uh Hello Kostia 11-0 in a blitz match
Yeah.
just like a couple days ago. Kostia didn't say anything about it. And when he didn't say anything about it, I knew that it was a complete adoption. I looked it up.
uh, yeah, I would have not accepted that match, by the way.
Oh yeah, come on, you're gonna have a chance to play this kid for sure.
You would take the match?
I mean, it's just for fun.
What is fun about losing 11 games in a row? Do
To an
do
11-year
tell.
old.
To an 11 to a 12-year-old.
So Faustino is playing Vidit right now. So that's also something I want to kind of keep an eye out on.
I'm sorry, Sweet Blues. I wasn't trying to be anti-Croatians. I actually met a Croatian chess player a week ago. He was really, really wonderful, lovely guy. I'm totally in favor of Croatia. Um, but those are just the predictions I made. I mean, so one thing that Burkic and Saric have in common, Sweet Blues, is that they each went up against somebody from my junior team, right? So Oro was on my junior team. I predicted him for the upset against Burkic last round, and Dineshvar is on my junior team, so I predict his upset of Saric this round. I gotta believe in my kids. I do have the Vidit game somewhere here, Jesse, already up. Vidit against Oro. Good lord, Vidit's down more than 30 minutes on the clock, 7 moves in.
Yeah.
Too much meditation. Too much meditation, folks. you know. I mean, there's, centering yourself for 5 minutes before a game, and then there's going on a Vipassana retreat mid tournament. And this is too much. Goodness. He's reinventing a wheel. Reinventing a wheel. It's like, well, does the knight go on D2 in this line? Yes, it goes on D2 in this line, Vidit. Vidit always plays slowly, he will be fine. Yeah, but remember, if he gets down to 5 minutes, then Oro's a super grandmaster like him. So hopefully he does something.
All right, bro. This is my question for you. Maybe other people in the chat have the same issue. If I am just looking at all of the games, chess.com's list,
Right.
how do I turn off the engine on that view?
Oh, I don't know. I
Or is-
already have it off.
Oh, because I know how to turn it off once I can open a board and turn it off. But I don't know how to turn it off like for all of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's no simple thing about.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody in chat's gonna have to
I'm gonna
troubleshoot
have to
for me
ask
there.
ChatGPT, dude.
Yeah, you could ask ChatGPT how to do it. All right. So after 28 minutes, Peter Leko made a move. He played C5 here. Bobby Cheng was not surprised, recaptured in a few seconds, or captured in a few seconds. Queen C5, Bishop E3, Queen H5, F3. Simple, quick moves. By the way, after Bishop E3, Leko again went into the tank for a little bit, 8 minutes. F3. Bobby Cheng still in his opening prep. And Leko still getting his bearings. Slightly behind Vidit on time. But at least he's played twice as many moves, I guess. I guess he's doing better than Vidit. Hayden says that if you turn it off in a single game and then you go back to the list of games, Jesse, and like reload that page, the engine should be off. You shouldn't see bars on all the games there.
Okay. Uh, I'm looking at the chat GPT. It's saying so go to settings. I can't even find the settings. And then okay, but we're gonna try it this other way.
How much does Leko play these days? Is his rating accurate? I don't think Leko plays enough to put a lot of faith in his rating.
Okay, that is the way. You got to go do it one game and then come back. Correct.
Nice. So thank you to Hayden for the tech support. And thanks to Greg for sharing this interesting and fun fact with us, folks. Geary played Oro a month ago in a 4-game rapid match, beat him 3.5 out of 4. So Oro's not yet a super GM in rapid chess, only in blitz for now.
So I want to say a couple things about this Peter Leko position.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, I think Peter Leko's not the one I want to look at because he has no chance of winning this thing. But move 11, if you go back a little touch. So this is a very well-known position, and I got cranked here by Jan Elvist back in the day. And on move 11 is where Leko tanks for 28 minutes, and conceivably he just doesn't know what's going on. But he plays C5, and I believe that was the move I played against Elvis too. And the interesting thing is if you first just look at the position, it looks like black maybe should be better. Just on first glance, you're like, maybe black should be better here, right? But the problem is it's going to be a bishops of opposite color situation, and white is going to be able to really grip the dark squares. And so the correct move is not c5, or at least this is what I remember. I'm not looking at the engine or anything. The correct move is to play e5 to open up the bishop and try to get immediate play before white can consolidate. That's also an interesting position, maybe roughly equal or something like that. Um, then after c5, we get this thing that happens in the game where I'm pretty sure the position on the board is the same thing I had against Elvis, where it looks fine for white, but actually the dark squares are all messed up.
Hmm.
Yeah. This is the kind of position, by the way, that I think the old timers, like let's say like Elvis, could play much better than a lot of the super GMs today because they specialize not in calculation, but in understanding how to work positions like this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Remember when we watched Arjun? It was like it was an isolated queen pawn position with Arjun and Gukesh, and we were just like, wait a second. Oh yeah, there was a game that happened, and it was an Ulf game,
Mm-hmm.
Ulf Anderson game, and we kind of played down that road, and we were like, God damn, Ulf understood that position. And
Yeah.
then we watched them play it, and they're like, nope, these people have no clue how to play this position, man.
Yeah, although some of their moves that seemed weird, then we later checked with engines, and some of their moves were very good as well. It was a mix. Yeah,
I thought it was pretty bad.
pretty
Um,
bad. Okay. What Elvis, what Leko's doing here looks very logical to me. Just throw the pawn straight at the f3 pawn, even if it's a pawn sack, right? Just loosen the light squares.
mm, mhm.
Looks very logical. And now Bobby's going to get into the game for the first time and start thinking.
So yeah, I would say I don't know how well Bobby knows this, but I think this is already better for white, and the problem is it's just so hard to actually do anything to white. White has to be careful, but yeah, it's already a little bit griefy.
Yeah.
Probably queen a4, but you can do other moves too. Elvis put his queen on a3 in our game. That was, I've been crushed by I've had people play amazing games against me many times,
Hmm.
but that was the one that it was like holy catolis. It's a different
I
one. Oh
think
wow, I Googled it and I found a game I won. I was like, I didn't even remember that one. All right, let's
okay. Within 2 minutes, Bobby picks his move, so he's definitely got some good prep today. He's definitely well versed in this position. Anybody who's in their prep is dangerous. That's like one of the laws of chess nowadays. Somebody's got good prep, they're dangerous.
And now, yeah, it is really bad that he didn't know that Leko didn't know what was going on. Um,
So with this move, he's maybe trying to prevent e4. If knight takes, queen takes, you start to pin that pawn along the fifth rank. Bishop e6, probably queen a5. Yeah, black still has some figuring out to do in that position. Let me check on Ivanchuk and Shanklin.
Wait, can I just show you?
Oh yeah, of course.
Can I just show you actually how my game went briefly
Of course, if you've got it,
with
give it
with
to us.
Elvis? It was a little bit different. Maybe this actually explains a little bit why he thought so much on move 11. So on move 11, Cheng played knight c3
Mm-hmm.
and Elvis played queen a4.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And this makes, yeah, it does matter. Um, I, so that's the position that Leko would have known and that he didn't know knight c3.
Right.
And the point with queen a4 is if you play e5, we're going to just, black is sacking a pawn, and that's the move you need to know, right? So that's where I played c5, uh, and that was definitely poor. And then white played queen a3.
Oh, without trading queen a3.
Yeah. And I still thought I was fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I missed queen a3 and then bishop b7.
Right.
And dude's not going to take bishop g5, rook fc8, knight c3. And yeah, he cranked me on the dark squares, bro.
Why not?
Cranked
Why not just play h6
instead of what?
at this point here after?
Okay. I played h6 would just be he's going to take it. I played queen d7, got out of the pin. Bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop f6 cd4. No, no, not gf cd4. So you go back a second. So cd4,
Wow.
bishop d4, queen d4. And then this was a position, right, that I did not properly evaluate. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
because I'm
position looks
actually in
okay.
big trouble. Even though I got this beautiful bishop, I'm in big trouble here.
Okay, I would misevaluate it as well. It looks okay to me.
Right. Yeah, it's practically lost here. So it was like a big positional lesson for me. Also, the moves he made here were so cool. Like rook ad1, queen b6, rook d6, um, bishop c6. Rook fd1. And I can't really do anything. I can't do much. I played a5.
Why
I
didn't you
still
play
thought
rook c6?
I don't know how why that would change
Okay.
anything.
Gotcha.
I wanted to play A5 queen B4. I thought it was still cool. So rook 6 D4. Queen B4. Yeah, this is a this I still thought it was fine. Looks like I'm fine, right?
Mm-hmm. Still looks okay. Yeah.
All right, white to play. Oh, the nice positional move, bro.
Okay. Knight B1.
Knight B1. There you go, buddy.
Yeah.
I played bishop D5. I still was like, I'm back. Maybe I'm not so bad. Queen C3.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
This is a dark square working, bro. This is the
Okay. Sure. Bishop D5. Queen C3.
Queen C3. Rook A B8.
Mm-hmm.
Rook 1 D2. H6.
Mm-hmm.
It still seems like maybe I'm not lost, right?
Mm-hmm.
Queen E3.
Mm.
Dark squares, bro. Dark squares. This game was a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Queen A3, Knight B1, Queen C3, Queen E3.
Yeah.
uh, Bishop A8. I don't know what to do.
I see
He's
this.
playing
I
Knight
see
C3
the
next.
milk going bad here.
Milk has gone bad, dude. Knight C3.
Yeah.
Look at how powerful that knight is on the dark square flat. Queen B7. I didn't know what to
It's funny.
do.
It
Now
had
I'm
to go to
making.
B1 just to rescue that queen on A3, but it did want to be on C3.
Yeah. The game's almost over. Then we go back to the real thing. Queen B7. F3. So that was part of the whole white setup. We're seeing that in the Bobby Cheng game too.
Yeah.
There's absolutely one want that pawn on F3. I go back to Queen B4 like a chump. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
King G2, Queen B6, Queen E5, more dark squares. And now I blunder, but I think it's lost.
Don't tell me you played Queen C5.
No, I blundered with Rook D8.
Rook D8.
Yeah. And then he just played Knight A4 and I can throw it in.
Oof.
Yeah. So, anyways, it was good that I looked it up though, because in our game with move 11, it was Queen A4 was the ancient move.
Mm-hmm.
And Bobby Cheng played Knight C3, and that was and I get it. The reason you play, you would think, or at least the old timers thought Queen A4 was necessary, was because if Black's going to get in E5, you want them to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in this game, Knight C3, we're not asking Black to pay the price of a pawn to get E5 in. All right.
So
And he could have done there's all kinds of moves too that are available to Black. He could have played Rook D8. There was a C5. I'm sure E5 was also a thing.
yeah,
You know, all that stuff.
and he thought about all of them.
He thought about all of them.
28 and a half minutes, a third of his time on one move. Knight D5 from Bobby Cheng. Trades those off. Bishop E6 played, and Queen E4.
Yeah, he's playing super fast.
An hour and 33 on the clock. That does mean that Leko probably hasn't played anything too terrible, right? Like, if your opponent's playing instantly, you're playing something in the top engine moves. But we can see, White's bishop's better than Black's. White's pawn structure is better than Black's. So there's still some things for Peter to work out here.
Yeah, I don't know how bad this one is.
Did you think Peter would win his first match, Jesse? What did you predict in the prediction contest?
I think I did have him winning. Yeah.
I also predicted
My
Who's
I did
winning here?
not I mostly did not pick upsets.
Yeah.
You
I mean, if you mostly pick upsets, you will be mostly wrong, right? So
know.
you got to be sparing with them, right? Like with the spicing and the salt and everything. You need some, but don't overdo it.
Someone's asked about his rating, and I think it's probably fair to say that he has not played that much, though. I
Yeah.
think he's still probably playing like German Bundesliga and stuff. But it is you should expect that if this thing went like a long tournament, that he would bleed significant rating. Do I? I don't know. I want to also admit I don't know anything about Bobby Cheng.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
He's an Australian player at the highest rating of his life. I think he's about 28 years old.
Huh.
Former child prodigy.
Oh, cool. Wonder if he stopped chess for a while or. So he's actually born in New Zealand. And yeah, super prodigy. Huh. So I think, one thing too about that, imagine now you're 28, you haven't reached 2600 yet. Um, and your life is probably not what you hoped it to be, right?
How do you keep hope alive if you haven't made 2,600?
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's probably, when you're yeah. Anyways, it seems like he's continued to just play chess even though he didn't make it or anything like that. Probably, I mean, he's probably when you're Australian number one, you've got to have like there's some perks there for your life, so it's not so terrible. Okay. Uh, and I think for this round, you're probably most interested in the Shanklin game, right?
I mean, I'm interested in a lot of games, but the Shanklin position is very interesting to me. Um,
Hmm.
but as I was clicking through just now, I see that Vidit is in kind of a big moment here against Faustino Oro. So so even though I was like my instinct was more to watch the 2600s battle today than to look at the big 200-point mismatches with the
Uh-huh.
top players.
Yeah.
Like I love Gukesh, but he's probably cooking his opponent today. um, so I wasn't gonna look at many of the big names yet until next round. But people in chat were asking for Oro. So I opened up his game, and first vid it was tanking like crazy, and now I'm looking at this position. It's like there's some tactical stuff going on right now,
Hmm.
and if none of the tactical stuff works, then Vidit's just not only spent 45 minutes on his first 10 moves, but he's also gotten a bad opening out of it. Because if he doesn't have, G4 or knight e5 or something, then black has just, achieved a dream.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're not looking at the engine right now because I'm sure the engine is saying something. Because there's just so many options here for what you could go bishop c6 and then knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw bit there, so you can do any version of bishop c6 and then the same g4 tactic.
Yeah.
There's various ways to throw queen b3 in.
Mm-hmm.
But I think first thing we should say is I think David's right. And if you just play like knight bd2,
Yeah.
you're gonna be worse. Even after there might be something better than the simple knight f4, but the
Right.
simple knight f4 black is better. Um, okay. So I guess our first question is, David, what's wrong with the immediate g4?
Yeah. All right. So I was trying to think like what is black even planning against G4? One option might be just withdrawing the bishop a square, and then if
Okay.
GH5, bishop H3.
But after bishop h3, are we really threatening anything?
Well, I think we're really well, no, maybe not really threatening anything. No. I was thinking we've got sort of three-ish half threats. We've got the idea of going bishop back to g4. We've got the idea of playing queen to d7 or queen to e8 and bringing our queen that way. And we've got the idea of taking on f1. So like if you play king h2, then we'll take on f1. I think. With this. So I guess white would probably play knight bd2.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's say I play queen e8 in response to that.
It's very unbelievable, Mr. Bruce. Like knight h2, we got all kinds of different moves.
Knight h2. Rook f5. If you never take time out for rook e1, I won't be down much material, right? Like I could take on f1 and take on h5 and...
I'm just gonna say I don't believe this at all, Mr.
Okay.
Bruce.
Doesn't believe it at all. We'll look for something more believable. G4.
So this is actually a really cool thing for us to think about, though, because poor Vidit is playing this 11-year-old and has to calculate all these G4s, and it's not immediately obvious what's wrong with G4. And maybe there's nothing wrong with G4.
Okay, other moves other than bishop e6 here. Oh, I had thought of the move e4 in this position earlier, Jesse.
Okay, and I did too, and I don't understand if I just take on c6 and then play knight d4.
Right. I thought bishop takes c6 straight up refutes e4 as well. That was my calculation too. Basically, if ef3, bishop f3, and the pieces are still dying, it seems. And if pawn takes c6, knight d4, and the pieces are dying. So I thought that straight up refuted.
I feel like we must be missing something obvious, David, right? Does it feel like are we just jerks here, not able to see what the problem with G4 is?
I mean, I don't know. It's a complicated situatsk. Maybe bishop g6.
First of all, it looks uncomplicated. It looks like white is just winning.
Yeah, it does. Well, with a little bit of a mess, with a little bit of a mess. How about bishop g6 to h5, Jesse? Do you have any?
I was looking at it, but I don't see it because he can always check on b3 and then we're out. Maybe. Okay, all right, let's play with it for a second. So bishop g6, pawn takes, bishop takes. No, I don't see it. I don't see it. Like if I was going to go down this road as black, this would be like just desperation. After knight bd2, I'm not even threatening anything.
Yeah.
No, that's not it. Oh man, what are we missing, Bows?
That is true, Yellow. I do not have any avocado toast with me here. I can't make any real food in the kitchen at this hour because my family will wake up if you make even the tiniest sound. If I cough, they'll wake up and blame the chess broadcast. So I gotta be real careful. Next game, says Skate Ernesto. So you think that Vidit's just winning a piece here and Oro can resign? I mean,
Yeah, hold on.
Faustino
Let's do this.
Faustino played f5. He chose this path.
Yeah, he did this to himself, dude. And Vidit properly said, "Well, I don't have anything else besides EF because if he gets an F4, I'm done." And now he's thinking, and maybe he's like us. He's like, "What the hell?" Also, when you play an 11-year-old, it's frightening, dude. I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized by the 11-year-olds, man.
What's the youngest player you've ever lost to in a tournament, Jesse?
Good question. I lost to some young Indian when they're the young Indian kids, dude. You can't even tell how young they are
Mm.
because they look like they're infants. They look like they're infants, dude. But so I've lost to some very young Indian kids, dude.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can look them up later and see what their rating and age
I'm
was.
sure I could look them up, yeah. But definitely some young kids.
The two youngest players I've ever lost to were 12, which is Faustino's current age.
Oh, I thought, but it's a recent birthday because I remember he was 11 just a half a second ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've lost to two 12-year-olds in tournaments. Nizhnik and then Yagiz Khan Erdomas.
Oh, he played at Dogmas when he was 12, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you also haven't been playing actively the last couple years where it's just Indian kids all over the place. Okay, we have a move, and dude did not take G4. He did not take G4. Holy moly, he spent 15 minutes on it.
What?
So, what we have to say is now it's not just that I like the black position better, but also that the time advantage is very real. Like that is that's a real one right there, buddy.
Oh yeah, and you just won a huge exchange of confidence, right? Like you allowed this G4 move and your opponent backed away from it.
And I don't obviously when from a distance he didn't believe it either, because he wouldn't have,
I guess now you get very confident as black and you play Queen D7. just bully the super GM. Skate Ernesto, you think he blew G4? I mean, obviously he saw G4. He's like a GM level player. He saw G4.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and say there was some freaky ideas for black that were had to be computer based because it's no like simple like wham bam tactic. It's more like it's got a long term compensation. All right, so Faustino is booked, dude, and booked in a pretty, I don't want to call it a random position, but like it didn't seem, oh God, White had already thought a bunch on previous moves too, of course.
Yeah, I don't think it could have all been direct prep, Jesse. It's a little too far.
Well, I just want to admit something, David. In some moments, after the move is done, I'll look at the engine just to see because I'm like, am
Mm-hmm.
I a fool?
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I can tell you what it said. It is not obvious. It is not a human variation.
Oh, you've already looked. Wow.
Yeah.
Hang on. We got a couple questions from Skate Ernesto. One is a very good question. One is not that obvious a question. So the first question is, you think a GM can't miss a fork? Correct. A GM thinking for half an hour can't miss a pawn fork on G4. Impossible. Literally impossible. Even if they were on a table in an ER getting shocked back to life, they would see G4. So There's no
Well,
way
hold
that
on.
either of them missed G4.
Well, it's first of all, we know he's looking at G4, but also there is the famous story where Kasparov misses G4, G5, winning a piece against Yermolinsky. And his coach then called him G4 for like the next 5 years. Hey G4. Hey G4, how you doing?
And here's the question for you, Jesse, which I think is a good question from Skate Ernesto. He asks, are you scared of kids because it's embarrassing to lose to them? Or are you scared of them because they're stronger than adults? Like, what's the general idea? Why are people scared of kids?
For one, you play them and you have no idea how good they are. Number two, they often it's a hassle because you can if you beat them, you have to do it really almost entirely through positional means. So they're not going to give you anything tactically. They might not understand chess at all, okay? But let's say you get a positional advantage. Great, great. And now you have to finish them off without any of their dirty tricks hurting your soul.
Mm-hmm.
Now, David, I'm going to show you what the computer said. And you tell me because I think it's prep. I don't think a human, because we were looking at that, and I think both of, at least I'll speak for myself. I'm like, no, dude, that's not a reasonable position to have as black. So, all right, bud. Let me just show it to you, and then we'll go to another line. 'Cause I want to show it to you and ask you if you feel this with human eyes. This is like what the eval would be if there's compensation for
Okay.
black. So,
Ernesto, I'm pretty sure that if you played Faustino Oro, it would not be a free point for you. Since I've never heard of you, I'm gonna guess
uh-huh.
that Oro is actually better than you, despite being a kid.
All right, bro. Here we go. Bishop G6,
Mm-hmm.
GH, Bishop H5, Knight BD2, and black plays now D5.
What?
D5, yeah. So very computer reduced. So first of all, you're blocking Queen B3 to H8. So it's a little bit harder for me now to fix the fix the knight.
Mm-hmm.
And black's next move is going to be Queen D6, just calmly building with threats like Queen F6 and Queen G6.
Just saying you're frozen on F3 now.
You're frozen, dude. Yeah. And the computer basically says this is almost winning for black. So, from an objective standpoint, Vidit was correct in not going for this. But would
Mm-hmm.
have Vidit have seen this or something else, or did he just like? Because I don't know if I saw this position, even if you told me about D5, I would have been like, well, this is what I'm doing. I'm taking the piece.
Yeah, and what about Queen B3 check without Knight BD2?
Okay, good question. Right. I also wondered about that, dude. I see. This is the
King
thing. So
here,
I'm
then
like,
just go straight to Knight H2. This is, yeah, I mean, this stuff is pretty hard to believe. The reason that E4 followed by Knight E5 almost never works, Richie, is because of Bishop takes C6 in response to E4. So, for
all
example,
right. So
Bishop
let's just
H5,
play.
Knight BD2. In this position where we played, where Jesse said the computer told him D5. In this position, of course, Jesse and I, we both considered E4 for black. But after Bishop C6, the bishop could come back. Or if you take back on C6, then you don't have Knight E5 coming, and white calmly pockets another pawn. So,
All right, David. So let's do your Queen B3 move.
okay,
I don't have the engine on now. I just want to just try to intuitively get it.
great.
So I think I'm pretty sure it's still going to be Queen B3, D5.
Okay.
So if you play Bishop C6, I'm going to play Bishop F3.
Yep.
And
I
so
see that. I see
instead, you're
that
going to have
coming.
to play like Knight, I don't know, Knight somewhere.
Knight H2 was kind of the idea here, let's say.
All right, now I'm not 100%, but let's try Knight A5.
If I were to recommend something to you here, it would be Queen D7.
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Just go into
I want to.
H3.
I want to mess with you here. So knight a5.
Knight A5. All right. Queen.
C2
Oof.
looks forced, right?
C2 is forced, yeah.
And then C6.
Okay. I run.
C6.
Mm-hmm. Bishop A4.
B5.
I run again.
C5.
What? He's playing all sides of this thing.
Right? So the human intuition would be, dude, if I'm gonna sack on over there, I have to have some kind of kingside murder.
Yeah.
But here, what I'm saying is, you cannot. I don't think you can play knight D2 because I will win your bishop on E3 with C4 and then D4. So the most important thing I'm doing is I'm preventing knight D2. And of course, I'm looking to just look at that. I mean, it's a massive center. And I'm saying you can't move, buddy.
You can't move, buddy.
And then your move, Queen D7, I can play that soon too.
Yeah.
Why not?
Wow, this B5 C5 is insane.
So, anyways, I don't think if this is the idea, dude, that's not something Faustino cooked up on his own with F5, dude. That's too dark.
That
That's too
seems
dark.
almost impossible for a human to think of.
Yeah.
Gosh, and for Vidit to recognize. Holy moly! You see why I
Right,
stopped
for
on
Vidit.
this? You see why I stopped on this board, Jesse, instead of going straight to Ivanchuk and Shanklin. What? Knight D2 G4.
Yeah. So, dude, if Faustino wins this game,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine Vidit, dude, was in the candidates not so long ago,
One
and he's
cycle
about to
ago.
get cranked with white by a 12-year-old. I keep saying 11,
I know.
but he's basically 11.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this kid could be the new god, dude. The
Yeah.
other thing I think is interesting about, let's say you're Faustino, right? You have spent the last 3 or 4 years imbibing Stockfish, uh, showing you weird positions,
Right.
right? You have imbibed that. And for us as an older generation, seeing G4, it's like, well, you're lost. And it's like, no, I'm not, dude. I got D5.
Yeah.
Also,
Definitely
David, in
beyond
all
our
those
level.
variations, let's say in all those variations, black white could have also thrown in bishop C6.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that, all those questions too, because it's
Right.
the same deal.
So everything we just considered and how complicated it was, it could have also gone bishop c6, pawn c6, g4. Now,
Mm-hmm.
any version of this, bishop here, pawn takes, bishop takes, again, there's knight d2, there's queen b3.
Yeah, dude.
Perhaps it's similarly this d5 move here to shut out the check and just say you're frozen at this point. But again, there's also queen b3, and then let's say d5, knight h2. Now Jesse can't do that nasty thing to my bishop on a4. And again, here black would have to justify their sack. It's a piece. But queen d7 looks pretty clear to me here, I guess.
Well, David, the big one is queen. You had queen b3, d5, and what about knight takes e5?
Oh my god, that's right, because before, if we traded on c6, knight e5. Oh my goodness.
So you look at that and you're like, well, that's gone.
Yeah.
Game over.
One would assume, yeah, that's got to be +3.
Engine says it's over.
Wait, you're still on the engine?
Well, I just turned it on here because I was like, what are you talking about? This looks lost, dude. This looks lost.
But you can't just turn on the engine all the time, man.
Well, I mean, I'm turning it on after the fact. We're trying to figure it out after the fact. It's not like we were looking at it while Vidit was doing it. So I wouldn't know the right move there at all. There's only one move, David. There's only one
After queen
move
b3 check.
after knight e5. Yeah. So you do play d5. I would never even think about it. I'm losing the
You
e5 pawn.
do
Game
play
over.
d5, allowing knight e5.
Yeah. And
Okay.
then it's saying queen c8, black is winning. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand, dude.
That's not obvious.
Oh, yeah, it's over, he's saying.
Okay. I mean, it's over for us. We can't.
It's over for us,
We
dude.
can't find these moves.
And it gets weirder and weirder on knight c6, queen c8, knight c6. There's only one move for black, and it's king h8. Oh, what, dude? What?
Yeah.
So, Karma, I'm not embracing the engine. I'm just saying that, kind of like if there's an opening question that comes up like after the fact, or if there's something absolutely entangled like that, then I don't mind looking after. Because we were suffering with Vidit, and I want to just guess this. So Vidit was spent 15 minutes, and I think ultimately, like you don't play G4 because you smelled a rat. And with knight D2, he's telling himself, maybe I'm worse, but hey, I'm not going to lose to some epic thing, you know? Because I don't think you see any of that. There was too much for anybody to have started calculating down all those crazy roads.
Yeah. It feels like too much, but I would be curious if it somehow could see some of it.
Yeah. Well, the kid's finally thinking now. There's all kinds of good moves for black. We mentioned knight f4. Bishop now, like moving the bishop just somewhere sensible, like g6 looks good.
Yeah. Bishop g6 and bishop e6 are simple moves. Maybe
Yeah.
you can also play a move like king h8. Just leave the bishop hanging in there.
Yeah, and once you play, I mean, you play bishop g6 or bishop e6, knight f4 is going to come soon. Maybe Vidit's hoping that on bishop g6 he can play d4 or something to try to mess with black before he establishes the domination of knight f4.
And then you have to look at e4, knight h2.
Yeah, you got to look at some other things. By the way, David, the other thing that we didn't even talk about
Mm-hmm.
were variations with knight e5. We didn't even talk about the knight
Right,
e5
we
stuff.
didn't get to it, but yeah, I mean, if we weren't having so much trouble figuring out the piece sack, right? White does have the option of bishop takes c6, pawn takes c6, knight e5, folks. And normally this would be a big thing to be hanging in a position. Like if there
Yeah.
weren't the g4 thing, and let's say his bishop were on e6 and the knight were just dangling on h5, we'd be calculating this knight e5 thing forever, and it would be a big deal, right? Because if black's just taking and white's taking, that could just break black's position.
And the other thing, David, is I'm assuming it's about the D3 pawn,
Mm-hmm.
but even there, the black pawns are all messed up. It's not clear that he's a genius.
Right.
All right, Bishop G6 played, and Faustino took his time on that. So that was
Oh,
all
yeah.
right. So this is to me a clear sign that he had actually prep. Of course, that was prep, dude. Of course, come on, that was pure prep.
I don't know. I
It
don't know.
had to be, dude. It had. There's no way it was too dark. It was too dark. And also now he's thinking suggests that, oh yeah, I needed to understand the crazy sack stuff, and
But hang
now
on, if it were prep, I mean, knight d2 would be the most obvious move, and then you would just have your next move ready, no?
no, I think when you look at that position, you say to yourself, anything besides 95 or G4, and I'm better, and it's true, right?
Maybe. I mean, people cut off their prep at different points, but
Yeah,
I mean, in theory, if it's bad for white to play g4, then we could assume knight d2 is the top engine move. So even if you're not scared of knight bd2, I mean, you often like look at the top engine move and you decide, what's your next move. I don't know. I still
I
think
don't.
Faustino could have come up with this whole thing over the board without prep, Jesse.
Okay,
I do.
I don't see it. I don't see it. It was too involved, dude. And he played it way too fast. There's no way. Come on, give me a break. There's no way that the idea, like if he had thought the 30 minutes before he played F5, then maybe Bubs.
Mm-hmm.
No, but he played F5 in 5 minutes. He
Maybe
was
you'd
just
seen
trying to
something.
remember his lines.
Maybe you'd seen something similar somewhere else. I don't know, because six
Maybe.
minutes is also a little bit slow to play prep, right? I mean,
Uh, Now, I do want to say that the position, it's not like it's lost for white. It's just worse.
yeah, yeah.
Um, so this is going to be like a huge moment for Vidit, dude. I mean, if he can, I guess we were saying from his perspective, he just wants to hold a draw. He might still win this thing. There'll still be some fireworks here for sure. Mistakes will be made.
Why would Faustino play without prep? Well, why would anybody play without prep, right? I mean, almost every chess player wants to be playing with prep, right? But what happens is you can't prepare every single opening. You don't always guess what your opponent does, and so you don't always play with prep. I mean, this bishop g5 to e3 that Vidit played, the position's pretty standard up to here, right? But the bishop g5, bishop back to e3, that doesn't look particularly preppable, or it'd be hard to me, it's a little bit much to prepare for this exact position.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna go, oh shoot. I'm gonna go put it into Dojo database and I'll upload this thing. We'll see what the how it's been looking with like different moves. So bishop g5 is by far it's a move,
Mm-hmm.
but most the main move, of course, is going to be castling there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. So already bishop g5 is uncommon right here.
And then bishop e7 is the third most common, but he played that quickly.
He spent 2 minutes on it.
Castles. Now, this position you can imagine maybe transposing into something maybe he kind of sort of knows. But h3 is common. I mean,
the fact that Black's played bishop c5, bishop e7, I think is pretty unique that you would have this exact position from this exact move order.
And knight h5 is the novelty. Everybody else played h6. Mm-hmm. So I think what we can say, though, right, is, okay, he thought for some on knight on f5, but I think you could argue that the knight, the whole thing doesn't make sense unless you can play f5, right? So knight h5 maybe doesn't make sense unless you can really play f5.
Well, you could maybe play knight f4.
But then you take, and then you've got, like, white will play d4 and dominate you. It's not the
immediate f5.
Yeah, I like that better for white, because that pawn on d4 is really cool. But yeah, it's not over or anything.
I don't know, just at the surface level, to a chump IM, it just looks like a position.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesse.
Wow.
Angel Tam is thanking you for the video about the easy system and the French.
Nice, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so the dark arts, bishop g6 played. Vidit, 30 minutes left. So he's got half as much time for the next 30 moves as he's used for the first 10. Our sensei eval, we're going to put on, I think we might stick with this game, actually, even though I didn't plan to, Jesse. But I would
let's stick with this game.
I would, if we want to adjust the sensei eval bar, I'm going to say minus 0.27. No, 0.28.
0.27. I'm going to round that up and say minus 0.3, boss. So
okay.
We'll stick.
Okay. Not far, not far. We're arguing over 200ths of a
Minus
pawn here.
minus two.
I hadn't yet tuned the Sensei eval bar to any one game, Jackson, because I was still sort of clicking around among all the games, kind of figuring out what we were going to land on. Um, this game looks pretty cool. Plus, at some point, Vidit's going to have to play quickly.
Right. And also we want to say too that the other senseis banned me from incorporating time, the clock time, into the evaluation of what's going on. But it might be minus zero point 0.3 objectively,
Right.
but from a bigger standpoint, it is almost lost for white from the time perspective.
Wow, almost
I'm,
lost.
well, yeah, dude, you're down. Like, let's think about it. Will there be situations here where both sides are going to have to do some heavy calculation? It's obvious that it's going to get hectic soon,
Yeah.
and he just does not have any more time to do his big things.
Yeah, he likes to think 15 to 25 minutes at a
And
time.
dude,
So
what is he doing now? He's tanking again.
he's got one sip left, and then he's going to be out.
But actually, let me just confirm: is it the standard time control, or are they doing something weird in this one?
They've got more time at move 40. I think another half hour. And
Okay,
it's a
that's
30-second
good.
increment throughout. So, yeah, pretty
Yeah,
standard.
so he's got like 29 moves to make before he gets more time. That little sip of, he's like wandering through the desert, and
Yeah.
he's got to make it to the next village, bro,
Yeah.
before he gets any more water, and it's a long way away.
Oh, yeah. Hundreds of miles, and he's got one sip in the canteen here. The other game
I
that
definitely think D4 is the main candidate. Yeah.
yeah, the other game that I'm excited about, and maybe we can leave it for like 5 minutes and then come back to him. But the other game I'm excited
Okay.
about is this Shanklin versus Ivanchuk game, and man, they played some intense stuff. I mean, while Vidit was mulling over whether or not to take that piece with G4, these guys almost played half a chess game. Um, last we'd seen Shanklin was playing Queen D7. Both sides had finally castled kingside, and then Ivanchuk plays exciting move F4.
Yeah.
Sort of opening up on the F6 square in particular. I think like maybe he's quasi threatening FE DE Knight F6 check, trying to hurt the dark squares, among other ideas. And Shanklin answered with Bishop H3, and then Chucky tanked for 27.5 minutes. So this was his big think of the game. And finally he went for the trade. And then once he did, some of the moves come fast and furious. He makes trade after trade after trade, resolving the position. And now he's going after Shanklin's dubious pawn on c5 he's left him with, right? So I guess another idea of f4
Right.
was that he could isolate that c5 pawn with fe.
Right.
And that pawn on c5 looks nearly terminal because white's got knight e4 coming as well. If they need to put more pressure on it, the c4 square is well controlled. So Shanky's pawn is more or less dead. As compensation for that, Chuck's king is a little bit loose. His d3 and e3 pawns are a little bit loose. So Shanklin potentially could lose the pawn without necessarily losing the game. His move was rook c6, defending the pawn for now. And Ivanchuk thinking again. I mean, knight e4 would be his obvious move. Rook ac1, an option. You have any instinct on the isolated pawn versus the little loosenesses in white's camp?
It definitely looks like white is better.
Okay.
The queen on h3, nobody knows what's going on with her, and it's like white has the jump here, right? Because black would want to play against either d3 or e3, but it's going to take a momentito to get it organized. Now, I assume it's actually e3 that we want to play against because the knight on e7 can't go after d3, can only go after e3.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're totally right that Ivanchuk is thinking about knight e4 now.
Mm-hmm. My instinct, Jesse, and I know like the timing is obviously going to be very important, right? Who's got the jump, as you say, right?
Yeah.
Who starts tying who down to what first. Who down? That's like a hoedown. Who down to what first? Um, but my instinct is that white has so many loose spots that black could potentially even lose the pawn on c5 and still get enough play to keep the game close to equal.
Yeah.
Um,
And I think part of it strategically for white is not just to win the pawn, but by winning the pawn to free the bishop
mhm,
to get squares.
right.
And also his rook is about to go to c1, so you're also like activating the rook that way.
Yeah. But if we imagine at some point white's played knight e4 and maybe black plays f5 and the knight goes to c5, the bishop a3 and knight c5 are going to be a little weird for a moment, right? There's still going to be a momentito for black to do something on the king side. And one factor I thought of here, folks, is if you go h5, h4 as black, white's more or less obliged to go queen g2. So if you have the d3 or e3 pawn attacked and you go h5, like queen g2, you'd be able to get a pawn back on d3 or e3 maybe.
So one thing, David, I get out of watching the higher games higher than me is in a position like this, if I was white and I had 30 minutes left, I would definitely play knight e4 quickly. I would
Yeah.
not be pussyfooting around.
Oh, yeah.
But what Ivanchuk is doing is he's like, okay, if I play knight e4, what is black gonna do? And then he's trying to calculate it out.
Hmm.
I would just be like, dude, that's where the knight's gotta go. And bro, let's go. Let's go. It is probably true that Shanklin has some idea that's not immediately obvious.
Hmm.
Okay, he plays knight a4.
Yeah.
And so what that tells me is that he was concerned that his knight might not have been stable on e4.
Right. With the knight on
And that might be the
e4, he might not be able to play bishop c5 because of f5, or f5 might force him to take on c5, and maybe he wants to take with his bishop.
right. Huh, okay. So we're saying that at some point black has to switch to like a knight d5 bishop e3 thing.
Hmm.
And then one advantage of knight a4 is I think he wants to then take with the bishop and
Hmm.
then just park it there on that diagonal.
Yeah. But it's just not a lot of pieces on the king side. It's really not. Bishop c5 will cover e3 though, right? Which you were sort of
Yeah.
tending to feel like black's going to try and pressure e3 here.
The bummer is too for black. It's like, let's say I play knight d5 and bishop h6, and white just plays rook fe1. Well, then what do I do next?
All right, sorry, say that again.
So if you just give black two moves, like knight
Mm-hmm.
d5, bishop h6, we're going to play rook fe1, and then the question is, well, what are you going to do after that?
As black?
As because black, yeah.
As black, yeah.
If you had time, you play f5, f4, but this is where it's like getting kind of spook.
Right. I was thinking my knight would go to f5, not d5, Jesse.
Okay.
And so one thing I can do then is I can just take on g3 at some point.
Mm.
Um,
All right, so let's imagine knight f5,
yeah. Bishop
bishop
c5.
c5. Yeah.
Hitting the rook. Now, one variation I calculated that didn't yet work out for me
Uh-huh.
was like knight g3, pawn g3, rook c5, knight c5, queen g3, queen g2, queen e3, queen f2, defending the knight.
Yeah.
So that's not quite there yet. So I might need to just play rook d8. Like I'm super calm and I just don't care about my pawn.
Hmm. All right, so knight f5, bishop c5, rook d8. Now the bummer with rook d8 is also it's not maybe you could threaten some kind of knight g3 rook d3 thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You're saying you're not clear what I'm threatening? You're saying that's the bummer with rook
I
d8?
mean, maybe you are threatening something, man, with like a rook d3 knight g3 combo in some way. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not in a huge hurry necessarily because your knight's on a4. I feel like I got some time. I might play h5 next move, Jesse. I might take
Hmm.
my time.
All right, let's say I play like a weenie and I play e4.
e4. Man, that was weenie. All right, I'll take on g3.
Pawn takes.
And notice, folks, I'm playing that move quickly, not because I was calculating stuff, right? Just because sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. That's all. Sometimes that's all there is to it. All right. I've got a little idea here.
I think you actually did too. Well, okay, I'll let you play.
Oh man, I'm so close. So close and so far.
I don't think that was it, bud.
Ay, ay, ay. This has to be it. What am I down? A knight for 0 pawns? Shanklin's done something quickly.
You
Knight
played knight
f5.
f5, which we'll call that your instinct, right?
It was my
Yeah, that was
instinct.
your move. That
That
was
was
your
my
move.
move.
So bishop c5, I don't think it's not the only move, but yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so folks, to give you a sense of what I'm calculating, because I just sat here thinking and didn't say anything, I was looking at queen g3, bishop h6, and rook c5 in this position. Um, so, for example, rook c5, knight c5, bishop h6, queen f2, stopping bishop e3 and queen g3. And here I didn't see another move for black. I ran out of moves and juice.
Let me try to defend your honor, Mr. Bruce.
Okay.
I don't know if this is going to work out, but we'll give it a shot here. So maybe bishop c5, bishop h6.
Okay, bishop c5, bishop h6.
And my first idea here for white was rook f5, but I do have at least a thought if that goes down.
Mm-hmm. What's your thought?
I'm going to claim I have compensation both on queen f5, but maybe also with gf.
Okay. Bishop f8, king f8.
Something like that.
The knight's a long way from home. Rook f1 to keep the queen out of f3. And then look at this move, queen c8.
Right. So black has the c file and the knight on a4 we're claiming is funky.
Yeah. Queen
Now that
c8.
wasn't definitive. Instead of rook f1, you could have maybe tried knight c3 or something. Just
Mm-hmm.
trying to get to e4.
Knight c3, queen f3. That's definitive. Queen f3.
David says that's, excuse me, everybody. It says that's definitive. It probably is definitive.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to keep playing knight d1?
It looks bad. We should just mention the variation rook e1, rook c3. Yeah. So I think we've spotted at least the idea from Mr. Shanky here.
Pawn has been gobbled up by Vasily. And so Jesse has suggested possibly bishop h6 in this position, which looked quite playable. I also believe in rook d8, by the way. Even though I, didn't make it work, I still believe.
But let me say this, like the e3 pawn is our weakness. So we're going to sack an exchange anyway. We're going to be thinking about sacking the exchange anyway. So why am I wasting a tempo
On rook
with
d8. I mean,
rook d8?
it's developing a piece. It's not a full waste.
But like if you play rook d8, you're probably eventually going to have to play rook c5. And that rook on c6, as we saw in the last variation, actually has a lot of scope, both on the c file and then maybe with a swing at some point.
Well, as you mentioned, after rook d8, black's got rook d3, knight g3. You played e4, which was a very clever move to open up the third rank for defense. And knight g3 didn't look like it worked, but black has two other moves there, bishop h6 and knight d4, which are both potentially playable. So as long as I don't have to go backwards, I'm not out of options. Look at this idea. Bishop h6, queen f2, rook takes c5. That's an idea. Anyway, we'll see. Bishop c5 has been played, so Shanklin's going to do something in a moment. Rook fc8. Rook fc8, Jesse.
All right, so I think the reason that me and David weren't doing that move was we were concerned about rook ac1 followed by bishop takes a7.
I wasn't worrying about the a7 pawn.
It's not the a7 pawn that I'm worried about, but I'm worried for black that if I take on a7, my bishop gets to stay on that beautiful diagonal.
Yeah.
I mean, so the philosophy is you must crack my dark square bishop or else there's nothing for you.
Right. Ivanchuk actually played the move that I was more afraid of, Jesse, which is just that if white plays b4 or something, I don't see how having two rooks on the c file is better than one. I don't see how we get through.
Fair point.
Yeah. But now I guess, it's h5 or bishop h6 for Shanklin. Maybe this is a moment where he's really got to think things through.
This is one of, I feel like, I don't know if it's fair to call it one of his biggest games in his career, but let's call it his later career where he suffered some setbacks. He really needs a little love. And he needs to find it in a game like this. It looks to me like white is clearly better. That's what it looks like to me.
Looks to you like white is clearly better. I feel like it's balanced. I'm just not as big a pawn grubber as you are after all, Jesse.
It's not just about the pawns. It's about the fact now that your rooks have been smushed.
Yeah, my rooks are unhappy here. Show us the way, Shanky. I'm gonna follow one or two hot tips here for a second. Somebody told me that Mamedyarov sacked two pieces, so we're just gonna see if that's true. Gurgly Cantor. Oh, Magyar Zerker, if they're still around, will be wanting to see this. Some weird opening.
By the way, I'm keeping an eye also on the Vidit game. And I'm going to go for my Sensa eval is going to be about like -1 here for black.
For black. Jesse, this game is insane that we've been directed towards. So let me show it to you for a second. It's not Mamedyarov who sacked two pieces. It's his opponent, Gurgly Cantor.
Gurgai. That's how you pronounce it. Gurgai.
Gurgai?
Like Gregory, but Hungarian.
Gurgai. Cantor. Okay. This guy plays something very beastly. I mean, essentially, he's playing the white side of an open Sicilian, right? So, with black. So, he's got to do violent stuff. He decides And after f4, does not seem like he had to go this crazy, but he goes for it. E takes f3, queen f5, knight e3. Do you see this thing?
He doesn't care anymore, dude.
Oh man, this is how you should play against higher rated players, though. By the way, folks, just try to punch them in the face with a sink. Just rip it out of the wall, smack them with it.
There's a lot going on here.
Holy moly! So taking on e3 would have been immediate death for
Would it? Would it? Could or
white.
like let's say I take on e3, queen e3, bishop e2,
Bishop e2. Okay.
bishop e2. Yeah, I can't go king d1.
Okay, so f2, king f1, defending the new queen. Or sorry, there's queen on f2. Bishop e2.
So my dirty trick is if fg, I have queen g4.
FG, queen g4 is Jesse's dream. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, let's play a simpler move for black. Let's take on e2.
All right, and knight e2. I'm just saying it's not. This is looks, definitely if you're going to be white, you'd think about this variation, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's also knight e2 instead of bishop e2. I hadn't even looked at that.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And there's something like queen g4. I could also play queen f3 first if for whatever reason I thought that was better.
Yeah. Absolute madness in this game.
Maybe rook a d8 instead of rook fe8. Anyways, it's madness, yeah.
Yeah. So on knight e3, Mohamed Yarov thought for 23 minutes here and then played queen f3, but he was way ahead on the clock because Gergai had spent like an hour on his first 10 moves just on the positional moves. So he went queen f3, getting rid of that dangerous pawn. And black just goes knight to d4.
Wow, dude. Knight d4. Taste these nuts.
What on earth? White takes it, plays queen h4 check.
Wow, dude.
I suppose he's anticipating g3 with the plan of, I don't know, queen d4, pawn takes knight.
There's also, in addition to g3, there's also queen f2.
Something like this. Maybe try and get 3 passed pawns on the queen side while white's developing or something. Jesse says there's also queen f2 right there.
This looks fine for black.
But queen f2, queen d4 is at least as good as against g3, I think.
Well, okay, because right. So we're saying, yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. That's no bueno.
Not helpful there. I guess king e2 is a candidate move, right? Getting out of check on a1 at some point. But queen d4, pawn takes knight, queen b2 check is kind of the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same deal, yeah.
Plus, black could just take on a1 and say the king's not very good on e2.
You were right about Shanklin. He played h5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I still think white is clearly better there.
Rook e1 comes quickly. So I guess the idea there was that if white played queen g2, Shanklin would trade on c5, and go knight e3. So white, there's also the idea of e4. So white goes rook e1. So that defends e3, which prepares to answer h4 with queen g2. Um, Potentially. I haven't calculated it. And it also gets out of that move e4 in some line. And, I mean, black's other idea is bishop h6, so we defend e3 in advance. This is where I want the rook on d8 instead of c8, you know?
Yeah, word. In fact, if you were just to look at this position and say, well, what should black do? It's probably rook d8.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we just have to ask the h4 question, Jesse, right? h4.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. Let's try first just queen g2.
Mm-hmm. Queen g4.
Queen e4.
Queen e4.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me? You following me?
I'm hunting you down, buddy.
Dang.
Now, maybe you could take him 96 and try to survive that. I don't know. I haven't looked at it yet. Doesn't look good, though.
It doesn't
No,
look
that's not going to do it. Go Queen e4, de, knight d6, knight c3, exclam, and I got the coconuts.
And I got the coconuts. Yeah, good call, Jesse. You got the coconuts.
Or bishop c5, knight c5. That's also a good move. Yeah, black's in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Okay, queen g4, queen e4. Ay, ay, ay. Chasing the coconuts. Okay, queen g5. I suppose you want to play g4.
I'm just thinking about other things, but I'm probably going to do it.
Yeah.
One of those things, I'll think forever and then I'll actually do it.
Yeah, I mean, no, it makes sense to look at all your options, but
it's a little complicated still. It's got to be said.
Mm-hmm.
There might there that so that was, I just played the first moves that came to my mind. Maybe after 96, there's some compensation.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're right that h4. I don't know what other option. Maybe rook d8 is his other candidate move besides h4.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Bishop h6 played. Okay, so he's still trying to keep the queen off g2, right? With the idea of taking on c5 and taking on e3. So he's just building up that pressure for one more move there. And the direct threat, however, is h4, right? We're trying to keep the queen on d2, defending e3, play h4. Yeah. Shanky Panky's been playing a lot of King's Indian defense lately, Jesse. And so he's got to be feeling more comfortable in these kind of initiative positions. Kind of, your position's busted on the queen side, but you're making some threats. Oh, by the way, do you have to get kids to school this morning?
No.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just seeing it's getting close to that kind of time on the East
You got to
Coast.
do it?
I'll have to do it eventually, but I've got another.
You're still in the middle of the morning.
I've got another 3 hours. Before we get into such questions, I imagine that the Shanklin game and the Gurgly and the Gurgai Cantor games, these games would probably be decided before my kids are up. These are violent games. Bishop h6. Good thing we can say for Ivanchuk, he's played the last 3 moves pretty quickly.
Well, this one's a little bit of a... So, yeah, he is almost down to a minute to move, Mr. Ivanchuk. Mm-hmm. You could say if this guy, dude, I mean, one of the things that's interesting about him becoming a... Well, he's down to 26, so wait, but he can still put some great games together.
Yeah.
Is this guy used to be arguably the greatest talent the world has ever seen. You could make the argument, right? But then time pressure, nerves. I think while his mind is probably getting worse, he might be able to mellow out a little bit.
Although, I mean, we've seen some videos of him recently. I think maybe he still takes it just as seriously as ever.
Um, Also, someone clued me in that, I did this dojo talks with this nootropics guy,
Yeah.
and I don't know, it's kind of maybe I'm gonna try to find another guest too, just to get more perspective on it. But someone noted that uh, Ivanchuk refused the drug tests,
Mm-hmm.
has done so several times, and so it wouldn't be surprising if he were taking, there's a variety of things for like he's clearly got a mental condition. I don't know what it is. Is it called ADD? Is it called, what is it called? I don't know. He just played Ouija too. But so the argument or the thought is like he is taking something for that condition, conceivably Adderall, and is refusing to be drug tested.
Hmm. So this is a bailout move, right? I mean, this gives back the pawn and says that
Well, I was wondering
the
about this.
game was
Okay, so we're saying our
close to
variation
balanced.
is Queen G2, King G2, Rook C5, Knight C5, Knight E3. Yeah, it seems like black is fine. Hmm.
I mean, maybe
Let's
white
see.
takes on c5 with the pawn to have a passed pawn, but
I didn't understand that. But
then
then
the
the knight
knight
on A4 is a
sits on
chump.
a4 forever, right?
I didn't understand that.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I would we would call queen g2 a bailout move. He's giving back the pawn to
Unless
simplify
he's
and
got
to
some fancy
advance.
idea, but I don't know what it is.
I mean,
Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second, David.
yeah.
King G2, Rook C5. He's going to play Rook F5. Exclam. That's his intention.
I don't know how big an exclam it is. Rook b5.
Rook B5, good move. I don't know. I was trying to make it work, dog.
I know, I know. No, it's good that you're paying attention.
Rook B, without Rook B5, maybe I'm a genius here, but Rook B5
Yeah.
really does hurt me.
I have a second move that's maybe not as good as rook b5, but if I were in real trouble here, rook a5 is also playable.
Rook A5, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, take it easy on me, but Rook B5 looks nasty. My knight's going to be all messed up.
Oh yeah, that knight is bad news.
So queen takes, king takes happened, and black did not play Rook C5. He played Rook A6.
Uh-oh, Shanky's getting aggressive.
Which is
Obviously,
arguably even stronger.
yeah,
Yeah.
obviously rook c5 was equalish.
I thought black might have been better, but okay. Rook A6 looks like a move you could miss. So, in addition, though, to knight C3,
Ay,
there's
ay, ay.
maybe E. Well, E4. I'm going to play Rook A4, and I'll take on A2. That might be equal to.
E4 might be as good as it gets here for white. This is in danger of being really bad, Jesse, because knight c3, I think that move might be just no bueno, and he's probably just played e4. Yeah, he's just played e4. Because against knight c3, instead of rook c5, I was thinking
Mm-hmm.
maybe black just plays knight e3 check.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Bishop takes, and the point is, like, this rook ending is heckin' nasty.
Yeah.
Um, so he's played e4. He's trying to bail, and Shanklin has everything from rook a4 to knight g3 to I don't know, even knight d6 might be fine. Knight d6, knight c3. That's not good.
Let's. Oh, there's still okay. Well, no, I think I'm gonna go ahead and say if you're just playing a blitz game, then knight G3 is the move,
Hmm.
and that looks better for black, dude.
Maybe knight g3, knight c3. No, he's played knight g3. Yeah,
I'm a GM today.
yeah. No, that's a good move. That's a good move. Black has to be a little bit better here, I think.
So, like White's trump is that the bishop on c5 is a great
Oh
piece,
yeah.
but when I and you could hope like, well, the if you wanted to help White, you'd be like, well, maybe we can make the rook on a4 poor, but the rook gets to go to a3, from what I see, and then on a3 it's very active.
Yeah. And also the pride is this bishop on c5, and black has to move a5, right? Um,
Yeah.
like let's say we go rook f2 here.
Hmm.
Rook f2 a5. It's already quite playable for black. Normally, these kind of endgames, I favor the side with more pawns on the queen side. You know, the outside passer or outside pawn majority, something like that. White's got the b pawn and the d pawn. But here, White's pawn structure feels loose to me, and I actually like the compact kingside majority as being like an eventual trump where black can really be very strong on the king side.
Yes, to me, he has two reasonable moves in a5 and also rook a3.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, we can leave that game for a bit.
Let's go back to our little 12-year-old, dude.
Yeah, let's do that.
So if you go back to move 12 for black, I thought it was an interesting moment where back in the day on move 12, people would have played knight f4 and said, I'm just better because my knight looks cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would have been me.
So instead, he's like, you know what? The computer has taught me that the bishops are amazing. So he plays a6 first, encouraging snip, snap. White finally gets to play d4 that our intuition said he should have done a while back.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're getting e4, knight h2, and now another.
By the way, e4 was not obvious. You know, he spent 13 minutes
Yeah,
on it, and he's got this unopposed bishop. White's just opened up the light squares. So, like, your most basic move would be to take on d4, but then knight d4 hitting c6 and e6. Maybe he didn't. Then queen d7, and maybe he didn't. I don't know, queen a4 or something concrete. But
hmm,
like your default is you'd rather open the position here than play e4.
agreed. Yeah. Well, he had a crazy idea, and that's this queen e8 move next. Knight h2, queen e8. Now I have to wrap my head around that bad boy.
Yeah, that's
There's a lot
exactly.
of reasons your mind wouldn't consider queen e8. Right? There's a lot of reasons. Like you're putting your queen on the same file. It's not immediately obvious why it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was going to put words to it, it would be to say that I'm looking to put her on f7, and then I'm going to be looking for knight f4 eventually. Like he's saying, listen, chump GM, we're going to play knight f4, but we're just going to take our time with it.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem for white too is like the knights are all messed up. And probably at some point we're going to play d5, bishop d6.
Right, but somehow he's not rushing it, right, Jesse? Like me in
Yeah,
these
he's not, dude.
positions, like I just play d5, locking down my e pawn, gaining space in the
Yeah.
center. I think maybe he thought knight g4, knight e5 would come
Right.
quickly there.
Right. We're just going to wait on all this stuff.
There's also
And
knight
if you
b3, knight
play
c5.
if you play knight f4, you free the rook on e1. So you're
Yeah,
just keeping it all kind of on lockdown for
right.
half a second.
Maybe he wants to do stuff like queen f7, rook a e8, play with the pieces against queen a4. He'll just let those pawns drop and then he'll attack the king side.
Dude, queen e8 is either just a weird move or a really deep move.
Yeah,
It's like wow, queen e8. Look at that thing, man.
yeah.
Is the eval updated? I guess I'm still going to be at -1, David. I don't know where you're at.
You're at -1 on this game?
Yeah. Hmm.
Wow. That's huge. Okay, there. Now it's more updated, folks. Sorry about that. Um, I'll update mine as well to minus zero point 0.4. Not as far as Jesse, but I definitely believe in the bishop pair, the space. None of White's pieces look great. White's light square control is suspect. So, yeah.
So part of my eval is just that it's difficult to move. So, for example, you can't play Queen C2 knight E4 because of D5. You can't take it. You can't move the bishop on E3 to activate the rook on E1. The knight can go to G4, but I don't know what it's doing there.
Hmm.
And you never really want to play F3, right? Because you'd be really opening up all the
Yeah,
position
not
for the
like
bishop on
want to
H4.
play f3, but sometimes you need space to defend your king,
Something,
so you get
sometimes
forced to.
that right. So one of the things Black is saying to him is like, "All right, buddy, I'm gonna build, and the only way for you out of your little box is you're gonna have to play F3 someday."
Yeah.
After which we just believe in ourselves.
Okay, you know what else I'm realizing, Jesse? Like the other move, the move I might have been most likely to play in this position as black would have been Queen D7.
Sure.
Like just sort of like if I'm playing a blitz move, I'm trying
Yeah.
to play Rook AE8. That's my style. Get all the
Yeah.
pieces over there, or maybe Rook F7, Rook AF8. But just a coordinating move against Queen D7. Maybe he didn't like the move Queen G4.
Right. I agree with you. Yeah.
Right, because the bishop needs to defend the knight, so we can't kick her away easily. And then, yeah, how do we fight this thing? So,
And then the other hilarious thing, I think, David, is that if Queen G4, then we play D5 and there's no knight G4.
oh, in the Queen E8 position,
Yeah.
Queen G4.
Though I want to take it back. It's not that complicated because on Queen G4, then we could also play Bishop F5. That's the other little trick about Queen E8 is by
Yeah,
defending H5, we allow Queen G4, Bishop F5.
yeah,
That's another nice little point. Yeah.
yeah. I think also there's Knight F6 for black. Looks fine. Because you could do, yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Bishop F5 either. Bishop F5, Knight F6 both look good there.
All right. So when say
Funky.
the obvious, Vidit is down to way less than a minute to move.
Yeah,
Buddy.
yeah.
And
25 moves to play.
and this position, it's like you need a plan, bud. You need a plan, buddy.
Yeah. To me, like Queen A4 is kind of the move you maybe play as white.
Okay.
Basically saying like I know you're gonna abandon those A6 and C6 pawns at some point, so I'll just take them faster. Uh, but we do sort of need a plan, and we do sort of not have one. I think plopping the knight on G4 is not a bad move, even though Jesse said there's no plan to it. Like what next? Well, I mean, it's just just fighting for some squares on the king side.
Okay, and the building moves for black are A5, threatening maybe A4. A5 is just a good move for black all the time. King H8's not dumb. Queen F7 at some point. And eventually we want to play knight F4, but we don't want to do it to open up the rook, so we're just holding back on it.
Yeah, maybe Bishop H4 could be a move at some point. When you want to
Maybe, yeah.
start trying to find like a
Though then your knight G4 would really do something.
yeah. Queen F7, Bishop H4, Knight comes to G4.
Of course, when you look at Queen E8, the first instinct is like, oh, he wants to play Queen F7, but the Queen on E8 also defends C6, and your move, David, Queen A4. It's like we're so Queen E8 preempts Queen G4 because you have Bishop F5. It at least defends Queen A4 if you do it, and tells White you can't do anything, bro.
Yeah, definitely not much. Definitely not much. White is pretty constricted. None of their pieces very good. It's a pretty bad position for Vidit, man.
I really like the move A5 for black at some point too. It's a nice building move. Like if Queen A4, we play A5 and we say, you know what? If you ever move your queen again, I'm gonna play A4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's tanking hard. All right, David, I deserve a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
You sure do, Jesse. You sure do. Folks, why don't we buy Jesse a cup of coffee, right? These shows that we do on Twitch and YouTube, hours and hours of chess commentary. it's all offered free, but, at some point it needs to be paid. Otherwise, we can't keep it up forever. So somebody donate a cup of coffee for Jesse, huh? Let me see. I'm going to click back to this game for a second. Gergai against Mamedyarov. So G3 got played, hitting the queen. She takes on D4, and here Mamedyarov saves the rook, right? The basic move was taking the knight that's in our face, sort of giving back in exchange. White's a head material, so often you sort of just like give some stuff up. But, it's probably the whole queen side was going to go. And then you could end up even down material as white. So he says, well, what if I just keep my material? Rook A2 played. And now he's kind of threatening to take the knight. It can't go forward. The queen doesn't seem to have a square to get in. So knight G4 is played. Knight G4 is played. So full piece sack still, basically, at this point. Mamedyarov thinking. Gergai down to very low time as well. 18 minutes for 22 moves to go. Rook E8's going to come at some point here. Thank you, Sweet Blues. Thank you very much. And this king's a little bit hard to bail out. Has the king already moved? That's one important question. Is castling legal? King has not moved, so castling is legal. Not legal at the moment, but in general, it's allowed still. It's not going to be easy to coordinate the white pieces. Anyone have like a strong instinct if this sacrifice here is good or bad, right? Like, is white or black winning here? You would have played rook e8 instead of retreating the knight, right? Gergai actually spent 10 minutes on this knight g4, and he didn't have a lot of 10 minutes left in him. So rook e8 was playable, right? With the idea that pawn takes, rook takes, you get the queen. So you could definitely play rook e8 here. But I think this is what I was thinking about. I was thinking maybe knight e2 hitting the queen with the idea of then winning this knight. And this is what I was not sure about with rook e8 myself when I considered this option like half an hour ago. So we're clicking between boards. If the queen moves away, then the knight could drop. You can avoid losing pieces with knight f1, but I don't think you really want to trade that knight, right? If you don't want to trade that knight, that's a reason to just keep it on the board at this point. Okay, Lhasa thinks instinctively feels like white might be winning, like the sack's not good enough. Bishop e2 just played by Mamedyarov here. All right, sleep well, Zoomja. Kalen also feels like winning for white. My instinct is it's about equal. I feel like there's enough juice for black. It's tricky enough for white to coordinate. I don't mean in terms of just creating practical problems. I just mean like objectively. That it's tricky, that black's got enough stuff that white's pieces can't just get organized and cover the king. So that's my instinct here. Thank you. Go Irish. Yes, go Irish. Why not knight e2 on the last move instead of bishop e2? Someone was also wondering about, two people I think were wondering about bishop h3. Knight e2 could be played. Let's say black plays a simple move here. How would white continue? Probably development. And then there's this pattern, knight e5. If knight takes queen, knight takes double check. Black recovers the piece. And I guess queen f5. Knight check king here. That's not so bad for white. Oh wait, what if there's this? I don't know about this. That doesn't seem to quite work out for black. Yeah, I don't know. Knight e2 looks playable as well. Hard to say which one was the one here. Hard to say.
Sorry it took forever, Boss. I had to find my chess dojo hat.
Oh, you found it.
Yeah, I found it, dude.
Coffee kicked in.
So, dude, Vidit played knight g4, and he's got only 12 minutes left.
Okay.
And I was reflecting as I was out there. I was like, queen e8, dude. That's what we would call a prophylactic move, dude. We got so what am I saying?
It's high class
prophylactic move played by not an 11-year-old, but a 12-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
God damn.
And Vidit spent half his time on knight g4, which, just plunks the piece there. As you said, it doesn't do too much, but, it's also something for black to get through and deal with. Yeah. So Jesse would consider a5 for black here. That's one move. King h8, another move.
Mm-hmm.
There's no rule against playing rook b8. That's possible too.
And I think if you want to put it in words, there's some definite mutual stalematey stuff happening where Vidit's saying you can't play d5 now. So the idea of knight g4 is not that it's strong there, but that I'm preventing you from playing d5.
Right. And to get rid
I
of
am
the
actually
knight,
not preventing, but I'm making it difficult.
I mean, to get rid of the knight, what's black going to do, right? It's a serious obstacle to attacking the king. It's just sitting there like, I'm outposted.
So black has a lot of good moves. Now, I think a5's one of them, but also going back to our friend bishop f5 isn't dumb, because then we could play think about queen g6.
Mm-hmm.
Also, even just letting him play knight e5 wouldn't be that dumb. If you imagine d5, knight e5, bishop d6, knight g6, queen g6, still looks better for black.
So d5, knight e5, bishop d6, knight g6, queen g6. Yeah, that's a pleasant position for black. How about the move knight f6, Jesse?
Yeah. Right. I don't like that one because I feel like maybe, are you allowing me to play bishop f4?
Maybe.
Because I don't want to allow you to play bishop f4.
Okay. Fair enough. Bishop f4. So we might need a different move order if we want to use this idea.
King h8 is what he did.
Beautiful. I love that move.
Because I think what black wants is he wants to let white squirm. Like king h8's a good building move, almost no matter what. I think, in terms of beauty, I would have liked a5 first. But king h8 can't be bad.
Yeah.
f3 played quickly. He pulled the trigger, buddy.
Yeah.
He pulled the trigger.
Yeah, he couldn't sit there forever just flagging.
Now, I want to say something. It's true that Vidit has a lot less time than Mr. Oro, but it's not like Oro's out of it either. He's got 36 minutes to make the next 23 moves. It's not so easy, Mr. Peasy.
Yeah, sometimes you can get into time trouble just because your opponent's in such bad time trouble. You look at their clock and you think that you've got more time than them, but you don't actually have enough time for yourself.
All right, so
right.
I'm still gonna say that this is about -1 for black.
Okay. Well, it feels like black has to trade on f3 and then
He
get
can also throw in bishop h4 if he feels like that's cool.
right.
Actually, I don't know what you do on bishop h4. Is it bishop f2?
Bishop f2, right?
And so maybe Faustino could have missed this where knight g4, like for example, I was thinking that actually this is a problem in my games, is I'll be like, well, f3, anytime he plays f3, uh, I'm not worried about it. I'll kind of shut it out of my mind. And then on knight g4, I'll say, oh, he's stopping d5.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, the hidden point of knight g4 is that we have another person on f2, so that when bishop h4 comes, I can easily play bishop f2.
Mm-hmm.
So that was clever.
Yeah. I would expect ef3, knight f3, queen d7, something like that.
And we want to say the obvious is that that bishop on g6 now is a real monster, unopposed light square bishop.
Yeah, it's also like the only advantage black has here. I mean, you've got a pretty dramatic evaluation saying -1. It's basically just based on that bishop, right? I mean, black has no
No,
other
also my
advantage.
knight, because I think I'm going to land my knight on f4, and then you're going to scream.
Oh, you're still
Because
dreaming about
like, what
that,
are you going to do? You going to give me the other bishop? I think so. I
huh?
think so, buddy.
Okay. Okay, Jesse's still excited about knight f4. Black's been holding off on it for a long time here, right? I mean, it could have been played
Hmm.
last move instead of king h8. Could have been played for
Oh
many
yeah.
moves.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, f3. No move yet. Sorry, that's just me, folks. I would say Oro does need to keep up the pace, keep some time on the clock to have that time advantage.
Oh, here's a good question. I'm going to ask Gemini, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Has a 12-year-old ever beaten a 2,700 plus player in, I have to put in chess. It probably already know, but I'm going to
Oh,
put in
I
chess.
know the answer for you, Jesse. Chris Yu beat Lei Kwang Liam.
Wow.
I think that was the record.
Um,
He's probably
Prague
about
beat a
12 years old.
2,700 player when he was, oh, it says under the age of 13. I don't know what that means. I guess that's 12. To me, under the age of 13, Gemini is 12.
Mm-hmm. One second, I'm gonna get some socks.
Okay, so I guess we're saying it has happened,
Mm-hmm.
but I
Not
think we could
often.
even narrow it down because I'm gonna guess that Faustino is just like barely 12. Let's look at that too. Faustino. What a great name, dude, if you're gonna be a chess player. Yeah, so he turned 12 on October 14th, my friend. So he is less than a month out from turning 12.
Oh,
So I'm going to go ahead and say if he wins this, he's going to be the youngest player to ever beat a 2,700 plus player.
yeah.
But I got to say, it's saying Ardogmus and Gukesh and something, but they're not saying who they beat.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just listing all the best 12-year-olds in history.
Hmm.
All right, ef3, knight f3 played. As predicted, I will predict queen d7 next as well.
Okay, so Prague beat Maksudlu.
Nice.
I think that's it, dude. Okay. And then I think it's saying, but it's talking about people drawing. That doesn't mean anything to me, you know. We don't have to go there, David, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that Shanklin has
Hmm.
you can call it either a clear advantage or winning position in a rook endgame against Ivanchuk.
It looks like he's about to get a pawn, right?
Yeah. And what's kind of cool about that is Shanklin, of course, wrote a recent book on rook endgames.
Ooh,
Do you have
Jesse,
a
here's
signed
something
copy
for
of
you.
that one, David?
Sorry, what's that?
Do you have a signed copy of his rook endgame book?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Back here. Theoretical rook endgames. I got a
I'm
bunch
gonna
of
guess
signed
you have.
books here, actually.
I'm gonna guess you haven't had the time to go through it though.
No, but I've gone through some of the positions with Sam himself in person. So
Mhm.
we've got a
So
comment
what?
from YouTube saying that Faustino said this is his first classical game, period, against a 2700. If he wins it, he'll have won his very first game against a 2700.
It's stunning, dude. Now we want to say about this position actually that Faustino's here. When I say it's -1, it's not an easy one to play though, and it's the kind of position that for humans they'll generally make mistakes, and especially now when we have big time pressure. So
Mm-hmm.
even if we say it's better for black, it's the kind of messiness where we shouldn't expect like perfect play or anything like that
Mm-hmm.
from the kid, from either of them. This point. One question I have for you, David, is on Queen D7, which maybe is your best move.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to worry about Bishop G5?
Yeah, that's the main thing I was wondering about, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
One little detail would be Rook F3, Rook E7.
Mm-hmm.
To mention that, and this is part of why I was thinking, his advantage is just this bishop. But you were so excited about the knight landing on F4, so that made me wonder: Bishop G5, Knight G5, Knight F4. There is that some big deal?
Good. And I think we could go to get the knight there that way. And we could also just calmly go Bishop G5, Rook A E8.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, but
so
if we do
Queen D2
that,
played. Queen D2 might be a good move, by the way, because now we're saying, look, you can't do no Knight F4, buddy.
mm-hmm.
Queen D2 is a nice move. So we're claiming that black is jammed, and we're also claiming that you can't prevent Bishop G5 with H6 because I'll just play Bishop H6.
Yeah, but look what black can play now. Knight G3. Hello. That looks mildly pleasant.
So I'm imagining it. Oh God. By the way, White has a super big issue where his knights are crud because they both want to go to E5 and black has not moved that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Knight G3 looks the most plausible. And I think that on Knight G3, Bishop G5, that Knight E4 just looks simple and strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Knight G3 looks pretty good here. Pretty good.
He waited forever, dude. When he played Knight H5, there was a pawn on F2. He's like, I'm going to G3, buddy. Well, and that was part of the problem with F3 is it wasn't only allowing Bishop H4, but it was allowing Knight G3 ideas too.
I don't see much advantage for him with any move other than knight g3.
Oh, let's say I played rook just for kicks. Then let's say I played rook a e8. Don't I still? He played knight g3, but rook a e8. I still have an advantage.
Rook a8, bishop g5. Your advantage is pretty small.
Okay. Anyways, knight d3 makes a lot of sense. And David, are we? I'm still at -1. Where are you at on this thing?
I'm still at minus 0.4.
Okay.
I've never gone further than that.
To me, this does not look good for white.
To me, it's plus or minus 0.1 on my eval. In other words, I could believe that it's anywhere from minus 0.3 to minus 0.5, but your -1 is really shocking to me.
But look at your knights and look at my bishops. Oh no,
you've got one good piece, man.
No, I got two good pieces. What do you mean? I would say the only piece of mine that's a little bit unhappy is the bishop on e7, and he's not a chump. He's covering some good squares.
I mean, he's not better than any of the white pieces. It's only
all right. Let's
bishop
just
g6 that's superior.
let's just humor us here. So play a move here for white. I don't know what he does either.
Okay, knight f2.
Okay, knight f2. So this is called assuming the position. Maybe it's his best move, by the way. So it's good that we're looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
And
assuming the position, folks, if you don't know that Jesse vocab, it means when you're in sort of a defensive stance, all you're doing is defending. It's similar to Baby Don't Hurt Me.
Baby Don't Hurt Me.
Knight f2 is not, threatening white with anything. It's just hoping to stay alive.
So, knight f2. I think, by the way, I think you're gonna be right. I think knight f2 is gonna be the move because if you allow knight e4, it's really gonna hurt. And I don't know what to do yet, but a simple move that black could play after knight f2 would be h6.
Yeah, I like that move.
Just to control all the coconuts and deny the knights. It's maybe true, though, that if knight f2, h6, maybe then you could play bishop f4, which definitely you would like to do. So maybe h6 isn't it.
This is what I was hoping to do next, in point of fact, was bishop f4.
Black will need a good move after knight f2.
Is Vidit trying to lure the kid into time trouble?
Oh, it looks like it says it's. Oh yeah, because we're still waiting on knight f2. Now here, I feel like he needs to move, buddy. He's got 21 moves to make. He can't be, give me a Breakovich.
Folks, why might knight e4 be a big deal, right? Why are we playing knight f2 for white? Why does Jesse say knight e4 is so brutal? Well, the thing is the queen has a limited number of squares, and if knight e4 gets played, she's going to be forced somewhere quite awkward, right? Like onto a light square or onto the back rank, trapping the rook on a1. Maybe, Jesse, maybe you could play rook a d1, knight e4, queen c1. Maybe that would be one version of allowing knight e4 where you're not completely busted.
I don't think it's. I think it's always just worse for white. I don't think it's ever. Well, it could become completely busted, but I don't think it's lost yet.
All right, knight f2 has been played though.
All right, I'm going to go with h6. Mr. Proust is going bishop f4. He can change his mind if he wants to. Then I'll play knight f5. And I'm going to claim your pieces are shite.
I know your claim. You don't have to repeat it.
I might be threatening knight h4.
I don't know. We'll worry about it when it happens. Rook e2.
He says he's not worried. Okay.
I'm mildly worried. James Burner, I did look at bishop takes h6, and I didn't see a clear combination for white after bishop h7. And yeah, I was looking at how the bishop's covering knight g5. I thought about knight g5. I thought about rook e7, and I didn't see anything here. So if you saw something beyond this, let me know about it. But if not, this is what I saw for h6.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. There might be something, but I didn't see it. So imagine rook e2, knight h4, David.
Mm-hmm. All right, imagine all the bishops. I'll trade. Living
Bishop
for
takes.
the day.
Yeah, that's just a nice position for black.
Rook to the f1.
Yeah, I would say very nice position. Bishop h5 or rook f7 would be candidate moves. Your knight still doesn't know what's going on. I always have bishop h5 and stuff. Hard for you to move. But I'll start with rook f7.
Rook f7.
And if I was going to create a story around it, I would say I sacrificed my beautiful knight on that was my dancing knight for the activation of the bishop on h4.
All right, rook f7. I have bishop h6.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit, he says. Uh
It
it
goes
might be
bishop
true.
f2, rook f2, rook f2, rook f2, gh6, queen h6, queen h7, rook f8, rook f8, queen f8, queen g8, queen h6, bishop h7, queen f6, queen g7, queen d8, queen g8, queen f6. Draw.
Oh, look at that. He got me, bud.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the kinds of things you got to worry about. It's true.
Yeah. Your bishop h5 move might have been slicker.
Yeah, bishop h5 is one of those moves. Maybe then you could do your g4 thing and then just say, well, I'm going to take on h6, buddy. No. I have queen h7 and stuff. Right. So the problem with rook f7 is that I cut the communication of my queen to the h7 score. It's kind of surprising.
Exactly.
And Luke is talking about maybe rook f5. So, I just want to say that there's a lot of different moves for black. Okay, let's see what happened. Knight f2 played. And I played h6, but I just want to say the obvious is, of course, there's other things that black could do besides h6.
Mm-hmm.
And h6 is a little controversial. It's easy for me to do, but harder in a game because you'd be like, well, I don't want to ever even give him the thought of bishop h6.
Right.
And as
Just
we saw, it is something you need to worry about.
let's look for a second at the first move that I and many people in chat considered here after knight f2. Let's just look at rook f3 for a moment.
Okay.
Pure positional exchange sack, right? Follow up rook f8, bringing the last piece into the game.
I would be worried. I mean, there are a bunch of different questions, but like, what if I just do like bishop g5?
Right. One could also calculate king g2, folks, but bishop g5
Yeah.
just going straight at it. Trying to break up black's bishop pair, try to get the rooks going on the e file as soon as possible. Seems like black has to trade it. Queen comes out gloriously. Rook f3 to defend the knight. And now white just needs to kill black on the e file somehow.
Well, also, even if it was black's move here, I still don't know what he's. Especially too when you consider the other position was so good for him. Why is he doing
Mm-hmm.
this to himself? Probably queen g4 though.
You say queen g4 instead of rook e7?
I mean, rook e7 too, but I think we should stop this variation. I don't think it's going anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. Black's dead. We can see that white just takes over. The rook's great on the e file. Bishop on g6. It's like a beautiful piece, but like a beautiful positional piece. It's not. It's not checkmating the white king here by any stretch. So I don't think h6 is going to threaten rook f3 either. It's going to have to be some more building from black here.
And let's say the obvious. The reason we're playing h6 is it's a good control move, and we're trying to prevent white from unscrambling with like a bishop g5.
Yeah. Or low on time now. 20 minutes.
Yeah, so he's got a minute to move. His opponent has a half a minute to move. Oh, buddy. It's hard to beat a 2700, dude.
Oh,
It's
it's
hard.
really hard, yeah.
Um,
Yeah. All right, I'm going to do like a real quick Jesse. I'm just going to click through some boards that I've got my eye on. Just to
okay.
have a sense of who's winning or losing this round. If it takes me more than a minute or two, you can tell me to hurry up. We got Bobby Cheng against Peter Leko. Deep into this endgame arena. And the time has been made up by Leko. Overall, Leko's okay. He's okay. Okay, Yufa against Xiong. Whew.
I'm going to go ahead and say Shanklin is winning. That's my
Interesting.
take on it.
Shanklin Ivanchuk. We saw it around here.
Oh, and Oro just played a really potentially very deep move. It's maybe a dumb move. It may be a dumb move, but I understand it, and it's at least got an interesting idea. Dang, he's playing some deep chess, bruv.
Is he planning to play bishop f8 to keep the bishop pair?
Yeah, no bishop for you, buddy. Now let's just talk about
Dang.
this for a second. Whether or not this is actually correct, it
Yeah.
shows incredibly a deep idea. Like,
Yeah.
so what do I mean? Maybe the engine finds something wrong with this move. Who knows? But it's a very deep idea because you're saying, I want to keep that bishop pair no matter what. And I'm going to claim that the only point of you going to the g5 square is to get some exchanges to free your position.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're not going to exchange your free your position.
Yeah.
It is very anti-intuitive to play rook fe8 because the rook on a8 is like, bro, what about me? I thought I was going to e8.
Right. And f8 looked like a good square for the rook.
Yeah.
So,
We were talking about taking on f3 and stuff. And now he's like, no, I'm not interested in that, buddy.
yeah. It's the kind of strategy you'll never find in a game of checkers. This is some real chess stuff here.
Right. So yeah, just think of it conceptually. It's like as long as I maintain this current situation without you trading stuff off, we're saying you're just in death you're not in
Yeah.
death, but you can't move easy.
And the bishops have this distance from the knights where there's no way to sort of harass and trade them at the moment. So Vidit plays bishop f4 like we were playing against h6, right? Just challenging
Mhm.
that knight. Move
And I
along,
was
move along.
guessing knight f5 here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we could go knight f5, bishop g5, and then if bishop f8, we could say g4. No, I'll still just play knight e7. I'm totally rocking
Yeah. He wasn't scared of g4 on move 10. He won't be worried about it now.
it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna click around some more. Salem versus Abhimanyu Mishra. Very positional Skiatsk.
Dude, this kid might be the next coming, you know? The coming of the Lord.
Oh yeah, people have been saying
This
that since
is
he was like 8. They've been seeing him coming gradually. Adams and Cheparinov, draw. Very solid Nidorf there from Cheparinov. Alexienko versus Andy Woodward. The other next coming, Jesse. See how that
No,
went.
let's just be clear. I love Andy Woodward and yada yada. He's not on the level of this kid though, and he's much older. He's not the next coming. He might be, another 2,700 for American chess, but he's not like when you think about the next coming. that's a that's a big one, bud. We're talking about Jesus and stuff, buddy. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he's still got a position here against Alexienko, but it's a position where you could get worked potentially. Pranesh and Kolars.
All right, David, let me just ask you, in your lifetime, who are the players that you could identify as the next coming? Like you would think back on it when you saw him, you're like, oh, that kid's the next coming.
I mean, I'm old enough that I remember when Carlsen drew with Kasparov as a 12-year-old and got pissed that he didn't beat him. And I was like, okay. Like, if a 12-year-old kid is mad about drawing with Kasparov, there's like only one thing they're shooting for, right? They're not even trying to be like the best player in the world. They're trying to be the best player in history. So that was obvious. That was an obvious one. Then who came next that I've seen? Then there were guys like, Hikaru, Fabi. I knew they wouldn't beat Magnus, right? So there was Magnus and there was
But to bear in mind, like we experienced Hikaru before Magnus even came on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
So, that was first time. Yeah, I would say Hikaru. Okay, let me do this.
I experienced him as like a competitor. I didn't think he was.
But did you play him when he was 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing him analyze things when he was 11. I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
Then he had a moment where he didn't prove himself the next coming, but that was as a young adult when he was like 16, 17. We were like, well, I guess he played too much blitz chess.
He had very, very, very fast board vision.
Yeah.
Around that age, 11, 12, 13. But back then, Jesse, I was trying to become world champion, so I wasn't like impressed by anything or anybody, I hadn't taken my lumps yet.
I'm going to mention Ding Liren for a moment. Looked like, oh my God. That kid looked amazing.
Little detail of it in this rook endgame here between Kolars and Pranesh is that if Kolars tried to work him with rook a6, with rook b7, black has rook a6.
That's a nice one.
That's just a little, just drop that there for some of you who want to know a little rook endgame technique. This is a critical one. Otherwise, a move like rook b7 just busts you. That's using your extra doubled pawn. So black may be able to defend this endgame. I'm not sure. Then we've got Sarge against Bardia. White goes after f7, and he just gives it to him. Whoa! Holy moly! Oh, man, looking terrible for Danesh. Down a Panovich. And his king's far away. Oh, my God. Oh, this is terrible. Why did I pick Daneshvar to win this match?
Why did you? Because your prejudice was the Indians?
No,
oh, somebody said you're anti-Croatian in chat. Now I understand what the comment was about.
It's because the two Croatians are facing people from my junior team, I believe in my juniors to make breakthroughs at some point.
So I'm anticipating bishop f8 now. I'm sorry, with the Faustino game. Bishop f8, we could hope knight h4 and say, well, at least I'm not getting smoked.
A knight trade doesn't help white very much, in my opinion.
Bishop f8's the move. Here's played. Good.
Yeah. I remember Jesse watching Gukesh and Prague and Eric Geisy and thinking like it's hard to tell which of these three kids is going to be world champion. I remember that.
Yeah.
That was probably like the first time after Magnus that I thought there was someone else who could become world champion.
But let's just compare this. Okay, so this kid has just turned 12,
Yeah.
and Prague was definitely amazing already at 12.
Hmm.
I don't know though, but like none of them, this kid is also the top. He's like one of the top blitz players in the world already.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yep. Well, at least you got Grebnev on your team.
What does that mean?
I'm just making, trash talk about the junior draft because I picked Faustino Oro and you picked Grebnev.
Um, all right, David, let's talk eval here. I just want to stress the more in time pressure we get, the less the eval actually matters that
Hmm.
much. But
Well, I think
I
he's
guess I'm
I
still
think
at
he's
negative
playing
one.
extremely well, Jesse. I think he's playing like a game to make everybody pay attention. I think he's maintaining his point 0.4. I know you think it's bigger than that, but like I think he's playing, nearly flawlessly, honestly, despite what we say about how hard it is to do this. I mean, he's playing incredible game here.
Hmm. He gets. I think if White does nothing special, he's going to play just the building h6 as well. Maybe White should try to hack the rooks off.
Actually, I got a suggestion for black to make progress. Queen f7, queen c4.
Yeah, any kind of play on the light squares.
Just creeping in. You can also always expand with the a pawn, like Jesse mentioned long ago, a5, a4, and stuff.
But that's why I want to get the rooks off for White. If I'm White, I just want to get let's go rooks. I want
Yeah,
to take them.
I'm actually not in a hurry to play h6 for black. I mean, I know we were thinking about h6 for a while, but Faustino's idea to go rook e8 just to avoid the trade with bishop f8 and not touch those pawns, because the longer you don't touch the pawns, the harder it is for the knights to figure out like where are we trying to get to. There's nothing for white to take purchase on. There's no bishop takes h6 idea, which I kept using to try to resolve the position. Um, it's just hard for white to play. There's c4.
I'm gonna
Big
try to
move.
find the vid feed here. I hadn't even thought about that. So Vidit Oro. Where's the live stream button?
c4. Nice move from Vidit. That's not easy to make progress against here. Hi, Icy Stun. Welcome. Welcome in.
Maybe it's because I'm hoping that they're showing the live feeds of the people,
Mm-hmm.
but at the moment they're not showing it on the YouTubes. All right, so we got C4. That looks like a man beginning to crack.
No, he's trying to fight back. He's preventing a5 because of rook e8, queen a5. I know it's scary. Rook e2, queen c3, stabilizing, and then rook e1.
I definitely want H6 for black here.
Okay. Bishop f4.
So we do, okay, so let's talk about C4 for a second. It feels controversial because it feels like we're loosening the position.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the point of controlling a5 is a good one. Not just preventing a5, but maybe someday my queen gets to go over there.
Right. Also, it
And it
lets us
is
set
true.
up these a2, b3, c4 pawns to control some light squares and stabilize more of the position.
Right. And it's also true that those are double pawns over there. They might become a weakness later if we can find purchase for our knights.
Yeah. And so it's also pre-preventing my plan queen f7, queen c4, right? Which if you gave me one more move, I would have played queen f7 here probably, right?
Did you call it pre-preventing?
Pre-preventing. Yeah.
So it's a simple move, a plan for black could be h6, bishop f4, bishop f7, tempo on the pawn, and then hit you with g5.
Who's hitting who? All right.
If I
And
was playing blitz, I think that's what I would do. Just like the first thing that crossed El radar.
mm-hmm.
Because also, let's just say the part of the point of g5 is I want to fix El bishop on f8, turn him into the beast that he was always meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's definitely in it. I mean, that's just a nice position. Then bishop g7 next, and
Yeah. I was just looking at piece sacks. I wasn't. I wouldn't disagree on the eval if I have to back up. I was looking at bishop e5, knight e5, takes on
oh
g5.
my God,
None of them quite worked.
no.
We got to
Queen
move.
f7 play. Queen f7 play.
Queen f7 is going to be
b3
b3. You better have a follow up.
instantly. And now we'll see what Faustino's idea is here.
Jesse, I'm a GM today. I saw this whole Queen f7 thing coming, c4, trying to deal with it.
But what is Black's intention now? This is what I don't know.
Hmm. What is intention? I don't know. He doesn't even know his intention. He's thinking after b3.
Huh. Faustino, you don't just play Queen f7 and not know what you're going to do, bruv.
Hmm. Bishop h5, tempting g4 again.
Huh. I didn't like, unless I don't see the idea of Queen f7. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sure I like. This is the first move that I'm like, maybe I don't like it from
Right.
what he did.
What's coming next? Maybe a5, a4. Somebody on YouTube, Jesse, is saying that it's just the top 10 boards that have live feeds, not every board.
Good, thank you for that. I think that was my guess. Yeah. Blunder, blunder, Fide. Gonna come and put Faustino up there, bud.
Maybe they'll scramble a camera for him for the second game if he scores something against Vidit here, a draw or a win. Ivan also cautions you that the live feeds have engine evals overlaid over the videos.
Yeah.
Oh God. Someone wants to know if Shanklin's winning.
I'll go back and look briefly. My gut is, yeah, he is.
It feels like he's going to be 2 pawns up, which would be enough. And his time usage suggests he's very confident here.
Yeah,
Um,
good.
Gargai probably not getting enough here against Mamad Yarov. Looks like he's flagging down a piece. So that was a dramatic game. He took a shot. He took a shot at him. Ooh, Sarich. Good play, good play. Draw for Kolars and Pranesh, yeah. Makes sense.
All right, knight g3 played. He's going for the spice. I was thinking maybe this move. Uh, I didn't. I had definite questions in particular, like, well, yeah, maybe. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, I do have questions. So if I play Bishop F4 now, what do you want to do?
Maybe knight e2.
Oh, he's an evil little dude. Okay, how about Bishop H4? Bishop H. One thing nice about Bishop H4 is that I do have Knight G5 as a backup move if
Mm-hmm.
if I don't like Bishop H4.
Yeah.
But right, I dismissed this move because I was like, well, what are you doing after I was looking at Bishop F4? I didn't see
Mm-hmm.
Knight E2. Um, because of the Knight G5 follow-up. So Bishop H4, I don't see anything better than repeating with Knight F5.
Mm-hmm.
But this might cost more than a minute on Vidit's clock, so it'd be a good thing.
Oh, yeah.
Also, actually, Bishop H4, we can go back to Knight H5, our old friend, and go back to F4. That's a thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So many twists and turns.
Okay, we got to move. Bishop
Bishop
H4.
h4.
I'm a GM today.
Yeah. 1 minute 40. I would repeat once as Faustino there. Let the guy think a minute 40 on a repetition again. Jeez. Oh, we got games clicking all over the place. Adams Cheparinov, I should have closed because that was a draw. Um, Alexienko h4 h5 against Woodward. He's already sacked the A pawn for this. Ooh la la. So
All right,
now
so
we're
they
getting
did
into the end
repeat.
game there.
Knight F5, Bishop G5. Oh, he's going back. He's going back. He's tempting. He's asking him, spend some moments
Mm-hmm.
on whether you want to repeat the position. I think he's going to go back to H5, but
Yeah.
I think it's going to go Bishop H4, Knight F5. I'm just toying with you,
Oh
Vidit.
yeah.
I'm 12 years
Vidit's
old and I'm
clear.
toying with you.
Vidit's clear on his role in this game. He's just
Oh,
kind
wait,
of
kid is maybe repeating. He went back to F5.
yeah. That's threefold.
Oh no. Oh no. I was like, David, I have to take a break from the stream because I got to go make a video on the positional genius of this kid. And
Yeah.
instead, I'm getting this.
Positional genius. Positional genius.
Oh
It's like Magnus
no.
versus Fabi, you know? He wants to take it to the tie breaks. just or like
Oh.
Grishuk at that one candidates tournament that had matches and tie breaks. Do you remember that candidates?
It's hard to beat a 2700, dude.
Yeah.
So Faustino gets white tomorrow, and then Vidit. That well, we could well imagine this thing going to tie breaks. Now, David, I got to ask you something, bud.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not covering the tie break rounds, and we're kind of doing it out of spite. We're like, F you, FIDE.
Mm-hmm.
F you, FIDE. We're not covering any of your blitz games,
Yeah.
right? And I get that, but when you think about like what's at stake here, the sad thing is most of the decisive games are going to happen on those days.
A lot of them will, yes. But there's many reasons. It's not just spite, right? It's also sleep. I can't go the entire month without sleeping. That's too much. So every 3 nights, I need to sleep 1 out of 3. I think that's going to be
Uh-huh.
critical. And draw agreed over here. I think another factor in this. Wow, Mishra is going to get a draw here against Salem. It looks pretty pretty acceptable.
Mishra is a drawing
Um,
machine.
yeah. So another factor is that basically it's a matter of like what I'm interested in, you know? Like you and Costa, you
Uh-huh.
can cover rapid tie breaks if they're interesting to you, right? To
Uh-huh.
me, it's actually just not that interesting. So like why am I gonna get up at 2 in the morning or one in the morning? I'm gonna get up at 1 in the morning if there's something really, really interesting to me personally. That's it. You know? Okay, this game is agreed drawn between Salem and Mishra. Match is getting closer. We've got an end game here. Xiong versus Yufa. Yufa's got 2 minutes to make his last move. They're at move 39.
Dogmus looks like he's better, but it's a time. It's gonna be a time scramble.
Okay. Um, looks like Mohamed Yaro's up a piece for nothing now. So we can go to other boards. Alexeyenko into the end game. F4 from Andy Woodward. Nice. Nice. I think we got to go find some other boards, Jesse. A lot of my boards here that I'd picked have started to peter out. Oh no, Shanklin, what happened? He's only up one pawn, and he's playing for checkmate.
But isn't he winning this position?
Maybe.
That looks winning to me.
So the idea is to play g4, king h4, king g6.
Yeah, he's hosed, man.
And if white plays g4 to prevent it, you give it
Rook
Chekovich
F3.
and take like this. And that's winning too. Okay, Shanklin's winning. Brilliant. Dang. Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to go hunting for other games, Jesse.
Well, how about we do that
Hunting.
Woodward game, but
You want the Woodward game?
I guess I haven't spent too much time on it, but
Gukesh has not won his game yet, nor Arjun, nor Prague. They've still got intense positions. Geary. Oh, Geary's got a weird position. Oh no, they're way further along. Okay.
yeah, that's spicy. Woodward's down a pawn, but I think he's got compensation.
Yeah, it's intense, right?
Oh, and I haven't even looked at Mr. Keimer yet.
Right. That's what people were telling me was that Keimer's position was spicy.
It's all oh, Shanklin's won. It's well, congrats. First of all, let's just moment of celebration for Shanklin, dude. The
Yeah.
guy's had a rough time of it, and here he is winning round one with black.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't won the fully round one. He's round, let's call it 1.1. He's won, and so beautiful position for him to make a comeback in chess, beating. We were talking about people who were comers, and there was definitely a point in like 1988, 89 when it looked like Ivanchuk was going to be the greatest player the world has ever seen.
Yeah. Now, we have to hope that Ivanchuk won't retire, that he'll keep playing chess.
Bluebaum's winning, dude. We were wondering about Bluebaum.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we'll see. Maybe Bluebaum's going to show us something here, man.
Yeah. All right, I got the Keimer game, which looks like an end game to be played. Knight and bishop versus rook and pawn. That'll be a real endgame battle for a while. Wei Yi won his first game. That's the first decisive result on these top players that I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I mean, Mohamed Yarov has also won here. It's made him one. No, there's a rook on f3. What is he doing? He's doing something really fancy then. Mohamed Yarov is doing something really fancy, Jesse. Look at this move. Queen f3 check.
What?
Wow. Yeah, it's the take on e1, right?
That's very fancy.
Rook f3, rook e1. This has to be just completely lost. Queen takes rook, rook takes, rook f7. Or pawn takes knight or any move. I mean, yeah, it's completely dead. Okay. We'll look for a different game.
I'm gonna say, by the way, that Keimer is worse here.
Okay.
You should get your take on it, though. My experience just in this kind of positions is that Black is the one who is suffering.
I agree. I agree. I think so, Skibix. I think if it's 9 games in the same tournament, that should count. But, you know, I mean, when you're talking 4 or 5 rounds, I mean, you're playing like 2,800 at that point. And somebody in YouTube was saying earlier that there's a rule that if you get to the round of 16, you get the GM title automatically. Some special World Cup rule.
Hmm.
So,
I'm gonna modify my take, by the way, David, in the Keimer position. I think like the what Keimer is doing is claiming that the knight on a7 is actually kind of funky,
it
and
is.
the if nothing else, Black could play bishop e6 now and then bring his king in, and so I'm gonna adjust it to being, like unclear or equal here.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Bishop e6 and bringing the king over is the most obvious plan, regardless of whether the knight's funky or anything else, right? I mean, we got to keep our eye
Right.
on white's pawn majority.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. It's a tough endgame. Maxime won today. Hans drew. Mohamed Yarov won the game that we were watching before. It looks like his opponent resigned after playing queen f3 check. Maybe flagged while playing it, maybe resigned while playing it. Similar. Deep tie on Gauche drew with Nepomniachtchi. That was a fairly short game, if I recall. Aronian won against Gauche, the other Gauche, Aroniak. Richard Report, funky position here against Supi of Brazil. Rook e3 played, Chekovich. Is he going to be able to win that bishop on a2 here with queen c2, queen a2? King h3. Now we might as well trade on e3, take on a2. That's an extra piece for rapport. GG. Looks like Fedosea is winning against Pierre. Chitambaram. This might be an interesting endgame. Is there any game you want to switch our focus to, Jesse?
I'm dealing with a life event, bud, but I want.
Okay.
I got to. I got to deal with some bullshit. But in any case, there's all kinds of games I want to look at. How about we look at Gukesh, buddy?
Okay.
There's too many games, honestly. There's too many games.
There are a lot of games going on. Gukesh's game, yeah, that looks pretty darn interesting. Woodward up a piece now? What? For a bunch of pawns, presumably. Let me just glance what happened here. So d5, rather than taking on d4, pursues the pawn on d5, takes it, drops the bishop. Holy moly. Woodward's game went insane, Jesse.
Wow.
He's playing on seconds here. A little calculating machine. Claimed by Jesse not to be the next coming.
He can't take on c1 immediately, though. That's a little bummer.
Rook d8 to d7, huh? Oof. That is a bit of a bummer. So the king comes over. White could play rook d7 here. That looks like a real candidate.
Yeah, I don't think this is working out for Woodward, dude. I think, by the way, if we're going to do this, we should just take off the sensei eval because we're not sticking on one game.
Right, I will take that off at the moment. And if we pick a different game to follow, then we'll bring it back.
By the way, I don't think Gukesh is body slamming this guy.
No.
This random GM.
Yeah, he's just got a position. Well, he's not totally random. He's from Kazakhstan, so
there you go.
He's pretty good. Milgerbeck. Let's see. He won his first round matchup against Raja Rithvik. They were seeds 128 and 129. They had the same ratings. The first round there.
Oh, Gukesh, man. If he doesn't beat this guy. Now, his opponent is in deep time trouble. Deep time trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays queen d4, which isn't it. That wasn't it, because now Gukesh can take and have a nice position with either like king g2 followed by knight d3. White's definitely better there. So that was a mistake, it looks to me, like with queen d4.
You think Black's better off in the middle game than the end game?
Well, the end game, the problem is that the pawn on d4 is so terrible. It's easily blockaded with knight d3, and well, maybe it's not so easy. Maybe it's not. No, I don't like it though. But I just don't like it.
Okay.
Yeah. But he had to do something.
Yeah, he had to
that guy had to do something. He was in time pressure.
They've got 6 moves to make, folks, to time control here.
All right, but I got to go deal with something.
Yeah.
It's like a meeting with the teachers virtually. So I'm going to have to talk with them, and then I'll be back in a second.
In a second, or in like 20 minutes? I'll switch.
Let's call it more like half an hour. Yeah.
All right, I'll switch my views for a second. Yeah.
And I'll just end the Zoom call and call you back.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so we get the queen trade. To me, it's not as obvious as it was to Jesse what's going on here, because Black does have bishop f5 to support this pawn, rook d6 to support the pawn. I don't know if White's going to want to play rook e7 to c7 or rook b5 or king g2 or king f1 or g4. I don't even know what the next move is here, basically. Can we take a look at Max's game? I am from the Netherlands. I would have never guessed, Luke. I would have never guessed. Yeah, we can maybe look at his game at some point here. If we put Gukesh over there. How about this, Luke? If you can guess Gukesh's next move correctly, we'll look at Max's game. two knights. People are going for knight f5 as opposed to f5. The bishop d3 variations. Nope. Don't know anything about that, Kuribo. Sorry. I think there's many candidate moves, and there might be candidate moves I haven't even considered, like maybe c5 is a move as well to keep this rook from going to its best squares. But I've already suggested all these candidate moves. That's already 6. Let's add the move c5 to the mix. 7 candidate moves. If anyone can guess what Gukesh is going to do here, good luck on you. Even Gukesh, I mean, he's just spent half his time on this move. And he was surely thinking about it when he was playing queen takes d4 as well. Okay, I'm thinking of a very weird move now. Oh, I got it wrong. Knight d3 from Gukesh. Beautiful move, sacking h3. You guessed king g2. I was guessing c5. I was thinking c5 stops rook b6 and rook d6, and also anytime the bishop comes out somewhere, it turns this into, you know, a turbocharged threat, right? And then finally, I was thinking after c5, if rook e6, I would just trade it because this bishop is still here, right? So they go like this. Now without rooks on the board, I feel like I might be able to just rush the d-pawn with my king. And I love this. Now, I can't explain other moves because it took me a while to figure out my move. Knight d3, I mean, I can say this much. He's also thinking like he's defending here. He's got hops, and basically he's not worried about this because he does some version of taking here. And then gets the c-pawn going. And also he's thinking if knight d3, bishop here, he must be thinking this move is decent. Rook here, I would think maybe b3. And this pawn's dead, but you don't need to rush to take it. Right now your knight's stopping a4, and if d3, you're kind of trying to deal with this pawn first. I guess that's the idea. Black just plays king g7, defending the pawn and centralizing the king. And yeah, Gukesh, what to do next? Sorry about your warmer dom. And also sorry about how I just pronounced the name, but at least if we don't look at his game, you won't have to hear me say his name wrong another 10 times. So, Gook, what to do here? I guess this move doesn't really go with c5 because that blocks the knight's hop. So what does he want to do next? King g2 feels lame. Rook b5 makes sense, anorexia. But maybe it's just going to be king g2 now since the pawn's sort of hanging. But you want to play dynamically. Maybe this move makes the most sense now as far as like a move that goes with knight d3. A move that goes with knight d3. Because you can go after this pawn, you can play knight e5, you can push this. And in general, you know, this is a version that makes sense in terms of giving up that pawn. That makes a lot of sense. It seems to fit together quite all right. I kind of like that suggestion, rook b5 there. Yeah. So, Anorax, that was a great first chat. Great first chat. One of the best first chats we've ever received on this channel. Rook b5. Would that be the move that coordinates with knight d3? Kind of feeling like yes. Oh, Gukesh down to seconds as well. How tense. 4 moves to play for both players on the increment here to get to move 40. Endgame probably favorable to white at the moment, but it feels like it could stop. It could flip on a dime and go either which way. Knight c5 is also consistent with knight d3. I was just thinking that move as well. But against rook b6, I didn't yet figure out what the next move would be. Demolyansky beat Robson. Oh my god. I predicted Robson in that match. Dang. Ah, my bracket. Now he's thinking. He's not playing rook b6. Rook b6 feels very forced. 0 seconds showing. Rook d6 played. What in the blazes? Is that it? Is that an expression? What in the blazes? That move looks reasonable as well. You'd be very bold to take this pawn and let this one go. Seconds left for the contestants here. Bishop takes b7. Had to be calculated. That's why Nogerbeck went down to 2 seconds. To me, bishop b7 is not obvious. He takes with a knight. Oh my god. Bishop takes d3. What? Gukesh says that Nogerbeck miscalculated. I thought it had to be bishop takes b7 for white. Knight takes b7. You got to take and then push, right? He takes. And then what? Is he just going to bring the rook down here? Then black will have rook b6 once you retreat. I guess the knight's kept at bay at least, so there's no like game-winning tactic for black. But it seems like once you don't have rook b5, that this move will be fine for black. d3 played. White hasn't yet played yet. Bishop f3 to d1. Oh, says Kalen. Bishop f3. That's what Gukesh does. And he's made move 40. Nogerbeck has one more move to make. So Gukesh is saying, now I've got this. And on d2, bishop d1, the knight is still controlled without the bishop. That's interesting, right? This knight is still controlled. And so, you know, white just brings the king here, puts this pawn this way at some point. And if black doesn't play d2, if they sort of hold off on it, the next thing you know, white plays c5, kicks the rook. You know, rook goes back, c6, etc. Okay, so he's winning now. It feels like. d2 played. Wow, so why did Nogerbeck not go rook b6 here, right? You know, it's interesting that that Gukesh is going to have to play Nogerbeck and then 2 rounds later Noderbeck, right? Nogerbeck and then Noderbeck. Rook b6 looked so much simpler and more obvious to me. He goes for this move here, which is tactically tricky, and seems to also have miscalculated it. No going back, huh? Oh, I see you're from the Netherlands, Sam. I see you all. FA broadcast claims Zemlyansky checkmated Ray Robson. My goodness. I heard something similar in my chat. Somebody claims that that Zemlyansky had won. Oh my god, it is checkmate on the board, down a queen. Let's back up a few moves and see the combination, shall we? So here's a complicated position, right? Black's got the D pawn, white's got the C pawn. Zemlyansky goes for the trade of pieces, throws in the check. King here. Rook d5, that's going to get you queen h5. No, it goes for the rook. Check. Oh! Ay, ay, ay. So he just gets himself mated. In this position, knight f8 would have lost to just this angle here, right? Check, you're forced here, and take this. So he came up, rook here. Gotta keep the rook defended here. Oh, it's just a forced win for white. So this position was just lost for Ray. I mean, rook d8 was just coming next. It's just winning. There's nothing he could do here. Brutal. Brutal combo. And the kid scored a big win. I didn't think Zemlyansky was going to get his breakthrough here against Ray. I bet on the wrong junior. I bet on Dineshvar to get the upset, and he's getting hurt right here. Knight's hanging, pawn's hanging. Why not take on c3? Is there any reason not to just take all these pawns either for Sarich? Oh man, he's just winning any which way he likes, Sarich. He's just spinning in joyful circles here. Brutal. All right, I got some of these predictions wrong, folks. We're told that Kamer won the knight on a7 against Kovalenko. Let's see how that played out. We had f3. Boom. Gets a little aggressive with the knights. Takes some space on the king side. Starts coming out. Fears king d2, knight b1, knight a3. So keeps the king at bay. Black king comes in. Yeah, offers the two knights for the rook because he can always trap this knight. a4 takes. Won't let the knight out. Oh, tricky. King here. If king here, the knight escapes, huh? And then king here, knight f7. Vague drawing chances for white. But instead, Vincent tries to just kill him. He thinks he's going to take that pawn, that knight for free. And then he's going to have basically won 2 pawns for nothing on the queen side. Just a winning endgame. Oh, man. Well, if Jesse had stuck around and watched, he would have seen some of why Kamer's on the tear that he's on. Goodness gracious. Oh, he's just calculating so seriously. Making everything work. Dang. How did Vincent get so good? How's Prague doing? Let's bring that up. Still quite unclear against the other Aussie, Kuibakarov. Did Peter Leko draw this opposite bishop endgame? Yes. Draw agreed. Leko will have white tomorrow. Alexienko and Woodward. Alexienko repeats once, then he goes for rook d7. Grabs this. Bishop f6. So Alexienko's the one who avoided a repetition. He is up 3 pawns, but the bishop on c1 has been dead for the last 7 or 8 moves. They just made time control, and he's been thinking for, 8 or so minutes, probably on his first move after time control. All right, have a good workday, SB McManus. And pretty much all the games should have made move 40 around now, right? I think Kamer's winning, Hayden, yeah. Cheers, Luke. Congrats on your test. This looks very good for a niche. Pressuring here with the bishop pair. Big space advantage. White prevents king h5 at least, yeah. I think against bishop g4, he would have to go here, but the bishop just came from g4, right? Say bishop f5. Making way for the king, bishop here. Ooh, Coach, you just put in the round 1 results. Doesn't bishop e7, bishop g4 win a pawn? Let's see how I did on round 1. If I refresh my bracket over here. Give me a second, folks. All right, my score is 71 in the first round. Rank 11. Blue, 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 blue. There's a red. Second red. That's like the sheet gets corrected. I didn't predict Maximovich? Kosti, I think you may have put one result in wrong, maybe? It says I picked Maximovich over John Emre to go up against Giri, and we can see Maximovich did make it through to this round. But I've got him crossed out in red right now. And the 20th spot in the bracket, maybe? Match 20. Yeah, I'm just having a look. I don't. Then, yeah, I predicted Bogner. I think that was wrong. Pranav, yep. Tari, yes. Hushin Beth. Yeah, I got Siddharth Jagadish wrong. Pretty happy. Pretty happy with the first round results here. Pretty happy. Meyer, Adomas. Oh, Kostya, here's another mistake, I think. It says Mendonca is in blue for me, but Wang Shishu beat Mendonca, right? That was the biggest upset of the first round. So that should be red for me, I think. Kovalov is playing Kamer right now. Kolars and Pranesh are playing each other. Or they drew this round. Mendonca lost Kostya, yeah. Sorry. I know. I'm pretty sure he lost. I mean, I was watching the game as he lost. Grebnev. Looks good other than that. I mean, I don't know for sure what happened in every single game, but that feels about right. You picked Mendonca. You thought he would win round 2 against Erdomas. I picked Erdomas to win the first 4 rounds. I have Erdomas over Vidit in round 4. You have him going out in round 2. Okay, then you're not that wrong. Just one round wrong. Okay, so with those 2 corrections, my score is still 71 as before. But my rank went up to 6th. So some other people lost a point off of those adjustments. It was a very successful first round for me. All right, king comes down to e1. Bishop e7. Somebody in chat was suggesting bishop e7 here would be a good move. Kamer and the candidates right now would be a great sight to see. Yeah, playing great. So let me see if I can understand what somebody was telling me. They're saying bishop e7 and then bishop g4. Would win this pawn. So white plays king e1, seemingly anticipating bishop g4. If Anish plays bishop g4, I think white defends with bishop d5, saying if you win this, it's opposite colored bishops, so it doesn't matter that you've won a pawn. And if you go king here, then he can just check again. So king e1, bishop f6 played. So Anish signals some intentions this way. I don't know what kind of mate you're going to see on Kamer's board, but I think you're going to see Kamer win this round. Here's the position, g4, trading a pawn. Reasonable choice. I don't think we're going to see bishop and knight mate. I don't think white can trade all 4 of these pawns and then lose the rook to this. I think white's losing even worse than that here. Yeah, you could honestly resign against Vincent in a position like this. Let's check on Yufa and Jeffrey. Oh my god. Is this live? Oh my gosh, he couldn't even take because of rook h3. Energetic play from Jeffrey. And the pawn goes past. Oh my god, Jeffrey winning the game. This a-pawn's dead whenever he wants, you know? But he wants to win this pawn. He threatened rook f1 by moving the king off of knight h7 check. Rook f1, rook f6, knight h7. So he moves off, king comes up. Now against rook f1, there's knight f3. Plays it anyway. Against knight f3, maybe he'll play king here, king here. He just doesn't care about this pawn. It's so dead. Oh, man. Oh, man. No, Jeffrey's on fire today. That was really well played, that endgame. Here comes the king. White will have to play g4, g5. I wonder if on g4 Jeffrey would play g5 check. Probably not. Because then the king goes somewhere like this. And you can't defend this pawn. And the pawn trade helps white to defend a little bit. And overall the position's winning, so there's no need to play that. You just play here, here, here probably. Bullying those pieces with the king. Yeah, that's clean enough for black. King e6, king d5. We got a move played in the game, g4, king e6. Yeah, this is bang, bang, boom. I'm not going to do as well in my second round predictions, I can see already. Yeah. A lot of my second round picks have lost the first game. A lot of them. And very few of them have won. What was that move? That's weird. Despite being up a piece, Sarge is using a lot of time here. King d3, hitting the knight. And if the knight moves, king c3. Defends the knight. So he could take this pawn. He could take this pawn, but then this thing goes. Agreed, blow hot, agreed. From a position of strength, CS 95, Fausti had the advantage against Vidit all game long. We watched it, so you can watch a replay of it at some point if you want. It'll be recorded on here. I wasn't going to watch the game, you know, because I wasn't going to watch the 200-point mismatches. I was more interested in the 2600 versus 2600 battles today. And somebody said, please, let's see Fausti's position. And then we looked at him and we're like, whoa. He was doing some incredible something incredibly aggressive from move 9 or 10, and so we ended up watching the game. Ghosty, if you want to come on or you want to take over or whatever, you know, you just say the word. You're always welcome to. Shanklin, big win. The H pawn advances after bishop f6. Well, wouldn't that pawn be really dead then to bishop g4? Why is that the move? Looking for some activity. B3 looks really simple. I don't see what black has. Oh, he wants to go here? Here? That doesn't do anything. No, maybe he wants knight e4. Knight e4, right? B3, knight e4. Uh-oh. So rook d4. And Gukesh plays king f2. Okay. So he gives this pawn to hopefully get this pawn. I guess this pawn's also hanging in some universes. Gukesh and Endgame is the best combination. I don't know if that's true or not, but I like what you're saying. Because I like Gukesh and I like Endgames, so... If you told me chocolate pizza was the best combination, I would say I have no direct experience. I'm not sure how to evaluate that, but I like chocolate and I like pizza. King f2. Well, presumably... here. Maybe here, Kalen, would be easier. Just take that pawn off the board. Give yourself a little less to worry about. Knight Chekovich. King comes. Takes. I guess we still have things to worry about. Chess is like that, huh? There's always something else to worry about. Well, I did not do a clean job of that. Let's see what's happening in the game. Rook c4 played. Okay, so you were saying king e3 first, huh? I suppose you could take it in your line. Then start moving the pawn. Doubled pawns isn't perfect, but the knight does hate those outside rook pawns. So maybe two of them is better than one. Maybe even one would be enough to win this endgame. This move can be annoying in a lot of cases. Breaking white structure. Hard to evaluate. The basic idea is this pawn wins the game, period, against this knight, because there's so many open files along the way the knight can't even get to any squares here. None of these squares are defended, right? The knight needs to be on a defended square. So it just can't deal with the a pawn. So basically you lose your whole rook to the a pawn at some point. Pretty much. Seems winning, but there are little details to calculate throughout. You know, h4 moves and so forth. All right, we got somebody else joining us. Ooh, Zoom's doing something a little weird, or OBS is doing something a little bit weird with Zoom. There we go. Get that chair in the frame. Yeah, that's from ancient days, Jet Parrot, but part of that remains true. I mean, a lot of things have changed over time as well. But some part of that remains true. That was really early days. That had to be maybe my first year at chess.com, 2009 or so. Yeah, some people were asking, like Jeremy Silman and I, how many games of chess has a master, played over or studied in their lives? And we did some, we took the time to do some kind of calculation, like how many games do we look at on an average day and multiply it by how long we've been playing chess and stuff like that. We came up with some number. I don't remember what the number was right now, but it was something on the order of, we probably looked at 10 or 20,000 games in our lives. And everyone's like, no way, you're lying, it's only 100 or it's only 150. Something, they're like upset, very upset at us for claiming to have looked at a lot of chess games. That was the origins of that thread. King e3 played. So you got that right, Galen, right? You got your moves right in your variation. King e3 is what you suggested, and it's what Gukesh played. Oh, look at that. I got Xiang's technique right. Look at that. Just brings the king here. Just dominates these pieces. Squishes them against the side. And wins without a further blow being registered. Beautiful. Beautiful game by Jeffrey. He wins with black. That's huge. Like Shanklin, I guess, right? You win with black in one of these 2-game matches. Woo. Big. Very big. I didn't see Arjun's game today, so I don't know Blowhot.
All right, bud. Sorry about that.
Arvind hanging in here in a somewhat tough endgame for the knight against Kartik Venkataram. Looks to trade another pawn.
Oh, that's just a draw. Come on.
Just, okay.
Okay.
If you say so. So
Holy moly.
Alexienko and Woodward did come down to 3 pawns against a bishop.
Huh.
I don't have any experience in this position.
No one does, my friend. No one does. It's black should be able to hold it, but it's a little tricky for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I played Rook C5, just as an example, how would white make progress?
Mm-hmm.
There might be ways.
Yeah. One idea, I guess, would be to check you.
Yeah, King H6.
And then come back to... Hang on. Okay, check. To the bishop. Sorry, not check. All
Check
right.
to the bishop.
I'll hit the bishop with rook f7, rook f8, and then bring my rook to g8.
Okay. Yeah, maybe something like this. Who knows? But I don't. That didn't feel forced to me. But yeah, is
Yeah.
this? That's a thought. Um, okay. So I guess for me,
Yeah.
do we feel like Gukesh has a solid advantage?
We think so. Rook b4, b3, a4. All these moves predicted by Kalen. I mean, I think basically, even though they're doubled isolated pawns, I think the rook pawns will beat this knight. I think it's winning. I don't think it's like just an advantage. I think it's winning. Game over.
Well, even if I just but the problem is if I take on D2, he's banking on knight E4.
Mm-hmm.
Also, couldn't I play? Is there something? Oh, yeah. Is there something actually wrong with A3?
Oh, for
A3.
white right here, huh? A3. To get the rook out of the fourth rank, huh? Then E4 and F4 won't be so sensitive.
Well, also I could play B4 after that if I wanted to, and just be
A3,
like
A takes B3.
AB,
B2,
Bishop C2.
D1.
Oh, sorry, that's where I blew it. Ah, come on, Cry, buddy. All right, don't play A3 then.
Yeah. I think just taking. Just take it.
Yeah.
Just take it. And then start playing moves like A5, A6, and A7.
Or King E2, Bishop B3 also looks good. No, it's too good. Okay. He's gonna think about it. And we're saying Keimer is winning now?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Dude, let's just say that Keimer's rise is all about these playing endgames really well, like tricky endgames. And when we started this after the move F3 by white, I was like, at first I was like, white's better. And then I was like, no, it's about equal. But really, what he did was he persecuted the knight on A7. That's how we got to this drama.
Yeah. Yeah, and his idea of bringing the knight from C7 to C3, essentially, to lock out the white king and to take space from the rook, and just say, hey, he can always trade two knights for the rook and still trap the knight on A7. So he allows white, in theory, to win back their material anytime. It was incredible what he did here with this thing. And then
they were in pretty good time pressure too by the time F3 was played. So it wasn't like Um,
Beautiful.
I want to ask you one question though. Could we go back on that position to move 40 for black?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm missing something. I'm move 40. So he goes bishop d7.
Mm-hmm.
And it's confusing to me because, first of all, why aren't we playing knight b6? Um, and on bishop d7, why doesn't rook c3? Oh, because it's so. Yeah, what's this? What's the thing, buddy? Why can't we play knight b6 and why do we have to play bishop d7? Or
You
maybe it
could
doesn't
maybe do it
matter.
in either order.
Dang, that's cold, dude. That's cold.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Put the move
Well, he
order he's
does have a
going.
plan.
Yeah.
He does have a plan of creating an outside passer, which could become annoying, but I think technically it's got to be lost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. White's going for h4, h5 in the game. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's his only hope. But unfortunately, it's really kind of hard for White to even stop the B pawn.
Right. Black's got all these squares covered on the b file already. Hard to get this rook in position to deal with it. Like you could go rook a1, rook b1 now to be able to at least sack the rook for the pawn.
And when at this point, if White plays H4, I can consider playing Bishop G4. I can already, we're already talking about that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, it looks like
h4
there
played.
is.
So against h4, knight e5 is also
Mm-hmm.
possible.
But B3, dude,
But
just like
b3
ask him the
threatening
question.
b2, right? Just
Yeah.
get back. Whew. Plays b3, rook a1.
So I think 95 is probably the cleanest here. And then if H5, I play knight G4. And if H6, I just take on H6.
Mm-hmm.
That's super clean.
Yeah.
Very impressive, dude. You can imagine a strong GM seeing the knight on A7 and being like, well, I've seen this kind of thing before where I have the rook and pawn versus two minors and the king is cut. And like, he probably shared my first instinct when he saw that position in his head. He's like, okay, I'm going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Of course, the knight's going to get out. The knight didn't get out, bro.
Never did, no. What did Gukesh do? He didn't take on a4? No,
Dude,
he
this
just
is.
sat there thinking. He might still take on f4. On a4. I think he will yet take on a4. Andy put his bishop on h4,
Mhm.
getting behind the pawns. And g5 gets played. And now he's maybe got the concept of rook c5 to try and go sack. Rook c5, rook b6 though. Oof.
B6 is maybe a good move. But then king H7 or something. Right?
Yeah, rook h6 check and king h3.
Mm, interesting. Okay.
And we
Well,
push the bishop away using this tactic.
Yep. Okay. That was good. There's too many games to keep track of.
Yeah.
All right. So people were saying that Gukesh must have seen a defense on BA4 because he was thinking for everybody. He finally did play BA4.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be one thing.
Yeah.
I'm assuming rook b2 is black's idea. I don't know what else he's supposed to do.
Oh, that's a good move. That's a good move. Rook b2 played quickly. a3.
Mm-hmm. Yep, dude was calculating it out while we were chomping on our bits.
What's his plan? Rook a2, king e2, rook a3, rook e3 to cover his kingside pawns.
That's a thought. Yeah, I think he's gonna have more than one option.
Okay.
He also has rook a2 and maybe g4. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
In general, as long as black doesn't get anything amazing, the past a pawn is too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black has to get something pretty darn good. It's true. I love
So you
seeing these
just
guys play their end
do you
games.
just have a bunch of windows open, David, and you kind of go from one to the other? Is that how you're doing this?
I've got a bunch of tabs in the same window, so the screen capture is in the same place.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I meant.
Yeah. Okay, so here, Daneshvar spent 22 and a half minutes on this decision. You know, do you take out the c pawn that's really dangerous, or do you take out the kingside pawns? He took out the kingside pawns and let that c pawn there go. And now they're locked in this thing. There's one pawn left. White's like trying to come around for knight c1 to clean him up.
It looks lost.
That's what you'd think. You'd expect such a Positions to be lost.
I'm not anti-Croatian like you, bud. The things we get accused of.
I know, I know. Brutal. Okay, Geary went after the a pawn here. Gets hit by knight d2. Now he's got a bishop on a2, kind of trapped like Kovalenko's knight on a7. Busts it out by sacking his pride and joy, the protected past b pawn. Tries to run his own b pawn.
What a mess.
Knight b3. The moves to calculate here for how few pieces are on the board are pretty confusing.
Huh. Yeah, that's confusing.
This
I
was
guess I
just
just
trying to
want to say
force the issue, right? I mean, he's just trying to make black trade on c4.
I mean the move to calculate, of course, now is b4 by black. And I'm I don't know, actually. There's a lot to think about there. He might be intending knight takes, pawn takes, king d3, hoping that if like b3, we survive with the move like c5, which may or may not be true. It's definitely very dangerous.
Then there's bishop b1 check.
Correct. King d4, b2,
c6.
something like that. So I assume like that's what the guy's
Bishop
trying to
f5.
figure out.
Bishop a2. h5, c7.
And the A pawn is the wrong color. So if B1 will draw.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what a mess. Okay. Wesley's got a very Wesley position. Up a pawn, probably a. Who knows? Who knows about Wesley, dude? Yeah, probably, maybe. Who knows? Playing Titas.
Niche, it's not so easy. It's not so easy.
I feel like MVL had a hard pairing first round with Ganguly, but he wins that one.
Mm-hmm.
Jan didn't beat his black, but he's going to come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Um, your boy Rapport won. Remember when you used to be a huge Rapport fan, but
Yeah. Yeah, he plays very interesting chess.
mm-hmm. Levon hasn't given up on the dream. He wins round one, or the first game of round one.
Let's say I play a6 here for Anish. Then white can play pawn takes b5, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think A6 is a terrifying move because you got to be better figure that one out, buddy.
Whoop, knight e6. That's some hopping. Ay, ay, ay.
That's some hopping. Oh, a Wonder has a very nice position.
Oh, yeah?
Intuition says it's winning, but yeah, that would be amazing if a Wonder took a run at this thing.
Let me see if I can
My
find
my
out.
intuition, by the way, with the Wonder is like he's taking time. Like if he doesn't make an epic run in the year or two he's giving the chess here, I don't
Mm-hmm.
think he's going to continue.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my intuition on this one.
He's up in exchange here? Wait, what's
And there's I don't there maybe there's some reason he can't play Rook F4, but it looks like he can to me like he can play Rook F4.
Mm-hmm. I think he may have like a general concern of opening that diagonal towards his king because sometimes he wants to hide on h2. And his like
Well, that's what Black is hoping, but if you don't take on F4, then Black plays Bishop E3, and then maybe I don't know. Queen E2 also looks very strong.
right. That's what I was thinking. I think his plan is mainly to take the c pawn and win on the queen side.
Fair, yeah.
Uh, he also has a very important move, Queen G5 here.
Oh, that could be a winner. Nice move, Mr. Bruce.
Queen G5 looks like the end, actually.
Uh-huh. Maybe Black would have to go for it with like F5, some desperate attempt.
Mm-hmm. That's true. F5 is something. But we've got Queen D8 with check, right? So no, it's toast. the Dutch in chat start piping up.
And Bluebound won, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You probably covered that 1,000 years ago, but
No, I
that's
didn't.
that's he's gonna cover. He's gonna make a run, bud. He might make 2,700.
Let's see. What's his rating right now?
He's at 2687. He's gone up 3.7 points, so they'll put him at 2690. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's 2683.7 in the live rankings.
Huh. Okay. I'm looking at just the chess comp thing. It says a
Mm-hmm.
little bit different.
Prague drew with Kuibakarov, the opposite colored bishop ending. Fedoseev beat Fier. Sevian drew with the top Singapore player, Tin Jingyao. Wow. Battles all over the place. Bishop c5. A wonder still thinking. I didn't see any move really against Queen g5.
Oh, Robeson lost brutally. What a bummer.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it was brutal. That we did see. We saw that combination.
Actually, I'll say 2008, it looked for a moment that Robeson was the next coming of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
That kid was amazing in
Yeah.
2008. 2007, I take it back. I remember it was 2007.
Queen d2.
Too many games, but
Queen d2 from a wonder. I just think he's winning. This one. I don't think there's too much to it. Friends. Anish came up with
well, okay.
something.
What's the idea on Bishop E3 though?
On Bishop E3?
You're looking at, I mean, in
Right.
a Wonders game. He has some idea on Bishop B3. I'm just don't know what it is yet.
Mm-hmm. Let's say Queen D8, King G7,
Right? King-
Rook E8.
That's cold. That's a little mate threat. But oh yeah, okay.
Bishop E3 got played.
I mean, what else are you gonna do? You're gonna lose if you lose your pawn. It's all. So we'll probably see this.
H5.
Does Black have a magical move?
H5 avoids instant mate. Then
Oh, I was thinking
Rook
Queen
G8,
H5 also avoids it too.
Queen F8. That looks like the end of the road. So let me see your defense instead. What were you going to play after Rook E8? Queen F5?
So Queen H5, yeah.
Queen H5, okay. So check to the miserable king. King goes here.
Uh-huh.
And then King G2. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'll just play King G2 for now.
Maybe Bishop C1 or something.
Uh, check, Okay, queen f8. King g5. Queen c5.
Maybe just queen f7, buddy.
Sure.
Maybe just queen f7 might be the easy way to
I've got
go.
nothing against queen f7, but I'll just go queen c5 for now.
Yeah, okay. The bishop taking on b2 is always not really going to do it anyway.
Yep.
It's not the end. Okay, that looks winning.
Yep. Easy enough. Okay, so let me see what Anish came up with. So knight b3, king g7. That makes sense. I thought the bishop would stay on the diagonal with c4, but bishop e8 was played. And then he goes to opposite colored bishops. That's not going to do anything.
It might. It's not over yet.
What can Anish ever do here? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sam, any comment on what Anish has done here with his extra pawn? Some other kind of magic. Oof. That's rough. Couldn't take out Maximovich.
That's got to be a kid if he's an IM, huh?
He's 22.
Okay.
Alexienko against Woodward. Some checks, some pushing, some more checks, some more pushing. Holy cannoli. I think the kid saved it. I think Woodward did it, man. Bishop g3 to e5. And now you just put the rook behind the h-pawn. Rook g3 to h3.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Kid did it, bud.
That was a heck of a game.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You play that game, you get even stronger. Wow. Bravo. Kamer's finishing touches. He played some unexpected moves towards the queen side.
There's too many games, but
I know.
I think I'm going to appreciate the next round more as a fan because this is just too much. There's too much going on for my little mind to wrap it around, dude.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't even talked about Nihal. Nihal's got some crazy crap going on. We haven't even talked about that.
Yeah. No, there's definitely more games than we can watch. Looks like Geary and Maximovich. Oh no, chess.com saying it's a threefold repetition, but they have to claim it because they're in a real OTB tournament. Gukesh plays the rook e3 maneuver. Yeah. Nogerbeck hits him with h4, trying to bust up those kingside pawns, but good. And he's down to 4 minutes, choosing between g4 and gh4 and other things. G4, knight D5, rook E4, rook D1 check, king D1, knight C3 check. He just takes it. Yep. All right, same tactic on rook E4. There's rook D1.
Oh, that's a nice one. Good.
So rook F3.
I'm assuming though on rook F3, you got to figure out something on knight B6. Not so easy. Oh, Gukesh, buddy.
Ay, 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 ay.
Huh. That's a real bummer right there.
Yeah.
Huh.
Man,
Uh-oh.
the
Man,
resistance
Kazi
black is
back.
the resistance black has put up in this game, you know?
Oh yeah, but he needs a really good move right here.
Imagine if this Nogrebek guy plays in local tournaments in Kazakhstan. Imagine if he plays in local tournaments and keeps his rating over 2,500. He might actually be the best player in the world.
So one way to keep the game going would be rook d3 and give him f4.
Mm-hmm.
No one likes it. No one likes it. Mm.
All right, here's an idea, Jesse. Rook F3. Knight B6, F5.
I was looking at, okay, let's say I take on a4.
Mm-hmm. Push.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking about this. And maybe it's the best option. But all right, I was worried that if I just move my king away, I don't know, let's put him on h6.
Mm-hmm.
Now you could, I'm worried, of course, about my knight being dominated. So maybe you find some way to really mess with my knight.
I'll go rook E3.
He plays rook e8.
Wow. 1 minute left. And I guess here you go for the F4 pawn, although, yeah.
Well, you could definitely consider knight b6. Well, okay, no, knight b6, we have rook e4. So then we're in full control if that. So knight f4.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's our amazing intention? Maybe bishop b3 to cut the knight and say, if you want the h pawn, you can take it. I'll win f7. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I imagine black would go knight e6 and try and stay in range of the a pawn a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Good move, yeah.
I think the win has evaporated somehow.
All right, let's at least try to find out what his idea is. So knight f4. I think bishop b3, knight e6 would deflate me. Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know what else you're supposed to do besides knight f4. I mean, you got knight b6 ain't it because of rook e4. So
What about rook a8? Is there anything there?
okay, wait, I got an idea, Mr. Proust. How
Yeah.
about knight f4 and then bishop c2? I know it looks weird.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have no idea what that move's about just yet.
So my idea is okay. I don't know what you want to do, but let's say knight h3 just for kicks.
Yeah.
Whether you play knight h3 or knight e6, my idea would be to play king c3, and I want to pop your rook out of there and then push and ask you whether you're really getting back.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't go to b3, which would have been more natural because on knight e6, I don't want you to get a tempo with knight c5.
Right. Okay, so I'll go knight d5.
Okay, wait. So well, instead of
I'll
instead of
take on
knight h3.
f4, and then you play the funny move.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go knight d5.
But now I can go bishop b3.
Knight b6.
Rook b8.
Knight a4.
Rook a8.
Rook a8. Rook h1. No, wait. Knight c5 here. Sorry.
Ah, knight c5, bro. Good move.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's the kind of thing, dude, that could ruin your whole day.
Yeah, your whole month, honestly. If you were planning to play this World Cup for 21 days and you get sent home like this on the first day.
Oh man. Okay, rook e8, he still hasn't moved. I think he should take on f4, buddy, because he doesn't. What? Yeah, you take on f4. What are you doing?
Yeah.
All right, so what we are trying to do, chess fans, is we're trying to find out what the idea is for Gukesh after knight f4. He has some idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I thought my rook f3, f5, f6 was at least mildly evil.
Hmm.
He's taking it. 4.5 minutes, though. Deep.
Yeah. All right, so this will come fast.
We will soon know the meaning of rook e8.
Hmm. All right, we got to move. Bishop b3. And I think your move, knight e6, is an exclam. I couldn't find anything for white after knight e6.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an exclam. It's a basic move. Just bishop b3. That's not much of a move.
All right, knight e6 played. Rook c8. Okay, so he's cutting the knight from returning.
It has d4, though.
Right, so what would the intention on knight d4 be? Back to d1 like a sad chump?
I guess so. I don't know. Hey, pups. Come on, it's okay. Yes, Jess, good girl. A little more chess, okay, Pupsy? Then we'll go. A little more chess. Knight d4 is played.
Yeah, I don't get it for white.
Yeah. Back into
If
his
bishop
hole.
d1, which is a sad move to play, probably just king f6, king e5 kind of stuff, you know?
That would keep that knight pretty golden. Oh, it's okay, pup. It's okay.
And I would, if king c3, knight b3, king b3 were forced, then I would be like, okay, we could play that position. But unfortunately for us, king c3 is met by ye old rook c1. So now I'm a GM today. Bishop d1, king f6.
Yeah.
I don't see how white really makes progress here.
No. No progress. There it goes.
h5? No, I just take it. Goodbye. Rook c. No, I don't know. No entiendo. Maybe if I was just trying to keep the game going, I'd play rook c7 just to prevent your king from moving or something, but I'm not doing anything.
You said rook c5?
Rook c7.
Rook c7? Oh,
rook
yeah,
c5
yeah.
you could play too, just to try to keep the game going.
Sure.
I like rook c5 actually, because it just gives black some natural questions to answer. If you move your rook and I get my king close to my pawn, there'll be some danger. Rook c1. Okay, maybe that's a good move. Why didn't I see rook c1? Good move, Gukesh.
Rook a3.
I think rook a3 is a good candidate, yeah.
And then rook c3, rook a1.
Yeah, we're anticipating rook a3.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nothing, right? Nothing. He ain't got a nothing. Back.
Some real calculation at the end of the Kamer game here. If here he queens with check, presumably winning with a direct mate against the king in one or two moves. And if rook here, then he'll just give that check and then clean up this pawn. Against rook f2, he can defend this maybe with the knight.
Rook a3 played. Rook c3, rook a1. Maybe they just make it. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow, dude. Keimer just played a good move. Woo! Hot damn.
You looking at b2?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at that too for a moment. It's a nice one. Rook d1, you can still go bishop here.
Yeah.
So it looks like probably white should eliminate that pawn and get this endgame here, but then I didn't see how white could win the f-pawn, so it seemed like
Crispy, right?
knight g4, etc. was probably pretty crisp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, the Gukesh position looked great for a long time, but
He tries rook e3. Okay, that's an idea. Keeping the game going. That's nothing too special here, but yeah, might as well try.
mm-hmm.
I'm a master of many tabs here, my friend.
Nice.
Master of many tabs.
Ooh, feeling it. Feeling it.
It looks like Wesley's opponent has managed equality. Maybe he was equal the whole time, but it's looking more equal.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if a Wonders game ended, since that's my other tab there. Still sort of going. Nope.
No,
Checkmated him.
he's won. Checkmate.
Yep. Nice.
Oh, dude, speaking of mate, have you tried out our new mate trainer?
No, I haven't.
You got to try it, dude. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's very slick. Yeah, definitely something you can enjoy, but also you might have feedback on it. We got some details to iron out. In general, the thing looks pretty good.
Wesley is up a pawn, but the endgame's not easy. Oh, wait. There's a lot more moves.
A lot more moves, but yeah.
Did those moves change very much? Maybe not. Wait, I could trade a rook on c2, win a pawn on h5. Yeah, and then still just up one pawn. Okay. Okay, so don't yet know how that's going to turn out for him. Abdusatorov drew the first game against Denis Makhniov. Also from the scary flag of Kazakhstan.
Do you think Gukesh? I mean, maybe it's obvious, but like, do you think he's in a crisis?
I don't know.
He might be engineering something at the moment, actually, bud. Maybe there's a little hope. I don't know. I don't want to go over the top and talk too much hope, but he is going to get a nasty H pawn that his opponent has to deal with in time pressure.
Huh, trading the A pawn for the H pawn here, huh?
Should still be a draw pretty easily, but but you know, you're gonna play on a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's essentially a blitz game. You know, it's not never totally blitz game with that 30-second increment. But.
Yeah. I don't know how long this will go on, Jesse, but somewhere in around 10 minutes or so, I'll have to go make the kids breakfast. And so
That's cool with me, bud. We had a good run of it.
So I don't know if you'll want to like do the last 5 minutes on your own or
No,
what we'll do
no,
here.
no.
But
It won't be another. It's going to be another hour in terms of the mapping up all of the strange games. You know.
you think so?
Oh yeah, dude. This like these things can go forever, dude. Most games,
Yeah.
right? But you think about, let's say Wesley's game.
Yeah.
He's going to push and push and push.
Yeah.
That could go on for a very long time.
Right. Yeah, the other day the games were pretty much done around 7 my time, 10 your time.
Right.
But
Okay, well, it'll be an exciting game tomorrow, right? We'll do it again, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be round 2, so there'll be some people trying to make a comeback. And some matches that started with a draw as well, so be good stuff. Prague
More
drew.
Gukesh playing some
Gukesh probably
rando
drew.
from Kazakhstan. You never know what's going to happen with Kazakhstan, dude.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah. Never know, man.
Kazi back from Kazakhstan. That's
I
a pretty good.
I did bet on all the Kazakh players in the first round. Uh, in, my,
Okay.
in my bracket. But
Also, we should find a way to see, like, with Kostya's challenge, how we see like who's winning
you
at
can
any
see
given
it now.
time.
He
Okay.
he input all the results from the first round. So if you go there again, Jesse, you can see how you're doing. In fact, why don't you tell us how you did? I'll send you a link.
Okay, good. Yeah, send me a link.
If you look in Discord, I'm sending you a link there. I
All right.
think that might do it. Um,
All right, I'm at rank 6,
nice.
and it says 71 out of 206, and I got 71 as a points per round kind of thing.
That's exactly what I have. Maybe I sent you my bracket instead of yours. I don't know for sure.
Oh, maybe you did.
Um,
They would look similar because they would look similar.
because we both picked
Um,
Gukesh.
maybe if I log in. Oh God.
Yeah. Let me see. Kostya had sent.
Oh man.
What?
Shit.
Sorry. I'll give you a different link.
Maybe I can't figure it out, dude.
Here's another link. Maybe if you go that way. I don't know.
Okay.
Or you
Well,
might have an email from Challenge that would show.
I was just trying to log in and it was being a real pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So
Nogerbeck brought the rook back, stopped that H pawn in its tracks.
Clutch EZ is beating you by 2 points.
Yeah, Kostya said Clutch Easy was in first place.
I don't. Gukesh wins. I got 62 out of 206. So you are far in the lead, buddy. You are crushing me.
Oh, okay.
You're crushing me. I don't know how you did it, buddy, but you were crushing me.
I did really well on my first round predictions. I thought really, really well. But somebody did even better.
And somehow, um, with Gukesh might not even get out of the first round, dude, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
You know, might not even get out of the first round.
There's definitely
All right,
danger.
Keimer wins. So Keimer, dude, is flying up the top. You know,
Yeah.
he's almost scratching Fabio now.
playing
He needs about 20 more points to truly scratch him. But I would say with that win, he's kind of solidified himself as the clear number 4, at least.
In my bracket, I have Keimer going to the semifinals and then losing to Arjun Erigaisi. That's my bracket. I have him beating Prague in the quarters.
Okay, bud, let's end it there.
Yeah.
My gut take on Gukesh has got to be a draw.
Yeah.
And then we'll see what he does tomorrow.
Agreed.
All right, bud, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right. See you, Jesse.
Bye.
Bye. All right, folks. So we're going to be wrapping up in a minute here. Yeah, the Kamer game. How did it end after B2? Queenings. And a quick checkmate. Yeah. So Kamer wins that one. Other games we were watching, Saric won against Bardia. Gukesh will eventually draw this rook and pawn ending, one assumes. I'm not sure why Nilgerbek brought the king to f8. I thought he could just sit here with the king and go rook h8, rook h7, rook h8, rook h7 to get a draw here. For some reason, he ran his king away. But it should always still be a draw, I guess. And one sec. Coucou, bonjour. Elle t'a poussé?
No, him jumped on me.
Ouais.
Because he likes me.
Oui, elle t'aime beaucoup.
Yeah. That's Lily's blanket.
Le doudou là?
That's not Lily, that's a blanket.
Ok.
You better see this.
C'est une très petite couette alors.
It's just for Lily. It likes you.
Oui.
Ouch.
Et puis elle saute en haut. N'est-ce pas?
I like the ones that fat right there. Like it's second the tail.
Ouais. Elle t'attendait pour jouer, hein?
Yeah.
Oh là là, toi aussi tu voulais jouer.
It's second right hand too.
Ouais.
Dad.
Some kind of triangulation from Gukesh. Gukesh is definitely a bitter ender, you know? Playing till there's nothing left anywhere on the board.
I feel right upstairs and then it comes.
Whoa!
Comes there
Oui.
and one to pass and go there.
Oui. All right, folks. So it's breakfast time here in California now. We've seen pretty much all the games. Nilgerbek gets the rook out. And this game, 99 out of 100 times should end in a draw. I'm reluctant to call it with certainty, given the final game
Like me.
of the World Championship match with
Papa likes to go right there and
Oui.
then come back.
with Gukesh and Ding, where I was really close to calling it and not watching the last few moves of the World Championship match.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to go here one way or another, so we're gonna send a raid to Anamaya at Falgri's suggestion. A study stream, that sounds good for those who have some energy left in them.
That's you too.
Ouais, c'était moi, hein, j'étais là.
I said that's
Mon
you
programme.
and
Ah.
me.
Tu vois toi-même là?
Yeah.
Ouais, t'es dans le programme maintenant, toi. Haha.
Like that.
C'est bien, on va terminer là, ok? Okay, bye everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for the second game